Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Chapter 1. Jackson Hale. I walked through the crowded halls of my high school, students parting as I passed. I moved with confidence that drew every eye. The girls stole careful glances at me while whispering to their friends. At the end of the hall stood my closest friends, Victoria and Keith. They talked quietly between themselves, ignoring the usual scene. Keith. I nodded to him. He nodded back before returning to his phone. Hey, Tori. I greeted her with a quick hug and a smile. Victoria and I had been close since childhood. Our parents always hoped we would end up as mates, but I had turned 16 more than a year ago without finding mine. It didn't bother me much. I could date whoever I wanted. Tori, though, had discovered her mate on her birthday. Kate, another werewolf in our pack, had been thrilled to learn she and Tori were mates. But Tori had panicked. She said she needed time to figure out how to tell her parents and the pack. What do you think the meeting is about? Tori asked, referring to the pack meeting my father had called for the high school students and their parents. Our pack was small, so our school was the only one attended entirely by supernaturals. Vampires, sirens, and others kept to their own groups and cliques. We rarely crossed paths unless there was a fight, which happened infrequently. He hasn't talked to me about it, I told her. She furrowed her dark eyebrows and frowned. That's weird, she mumbled. Her dark hair was pulled back into a low ponytail that flowed over her tan shoulders and ended just above her denim jeans. What's weird? Caden asked, looking Tori up and down with clear appreciation. This was a daily routine, and Tori had grown used to it, occasionally returning the look. The pack meeting, Tori answered, sounding annoyed. She pressed her lips together to hold back any sharp reply. Oh, I heard rumors it's about the humans, Caden said. What about them? I asked, curious. An unspoken rule existed among every supernatural group. Humans were off limits. Most vampires had never tasted fresh human blood. Most of us, myself included, had never even been near one. Long ago, supernaturals had separated from humans. Over time, humans developed their own world and eventually forgot about our existence. We faded into history. You would think the older immortals, like vampires, would remember those days clearly, but back then, many had attacked humans, sparking widespread fear. Humans fought back and hunted vampires down. Those hunters nearly wiped out entire bloodlines. Now it was rare to meet a vampire older than that era. I have no idea, Caden said. All I heard was that it's about them, and we might actually meet one. Seriously? Tori exclaimed, her excitement clear. She had always been fascinated by human culture and used to share random facts until she realized the rest of us weren't interested. Oh my gosh. Tori, calm down, I whispered as heads turned toward us, including Kate, who watched Tori with quiet longing. Tori could sense it, but chose to ignore her. This is amazing, Tori said more quietly. I have so many questions. I've always wanted to meet one, what their interests are, what they like or don't like. I thought you already knew those answers, Caden teased. I do, but it would be different hearing it from an actual human, Tori replied softly. I had to admit I felt a spark of excitement myself. It might all be rumors, but if it were true, it would be incredible. Thank you all for coming to this meeting, my father announced to the gathered crowd. I know the circumstances are unusual, so I'll get straight to the point. We have a lot to cover. A new scent drifted through the air. Unfamiliar and distinct. I looked around and saw others doing the same, noses subtly lifting. We are closing Moonstone Pack High School. Gasps and murmurs spread through the room. I stared at Tori in confusion. Why hadn't he told me something this big? Starting Monday, he continued, all Moonstone Pack High students will attend Clovis East High School in the next town over. My eyes widened. Not only would we meet a human, but we would also be going to school with hundreds of them, 30 minutes away in their town. Conversations erupted around us, and Tori let out a small, excited sound beside me. Dude, think of all the people we could meet there, Caden whispered in my ear. I've decided we need to begin coexisting with humans again, my father said, like we once did, but this time in secret. He gestured to the unfamiliar man standing behind him. To explain the details, here is Principal Jim Higgins of Clovis East. The scent was coming from him. As he stepped forward, the room fell completely silent. Everyone stared in quiet awe. I had never smelled a human before, and now one stood right in front of us. "Hello," Principal Higgins began. Tori made a small, excited noise beside me. As Mr. Hale explained, "I am the principal of the school you will be attending. We have agreed that your supernatural identities must remain secret among the human students. History has shown that people sometimes react poorly to those who are different. We want to avoid any serious problems." He adjusted his glasses. "Before Monday, you will receive your schedules by mail and are expected to attend all classes without issue. You must follow all district rules. Violations will carry the same consequences as for any other student. Expulsion means continuing your education at home. Under no circumstances may any supernatural student reveal their nature to a human. Doing so will result in punishment from your pack leader or equivalent authority. Any attack on a student will lead to immediate expulsion with no exceptions." I glanced around. Every member of the pack, even the parents, listened intently. "This concludes the verbal orientation," Higgins said. "A printed packet with your schedule will include more detailed information on dress code, rules, and expectations." He stepped back, signaling he was finished. My father took his place again. "I know you're wondering about the other supernatural students. The same meeting is happening in their groups right now. All supernatural students will attend Clovis East alongside you." That meant vampires, sirens, and every other kind would be there too. Everyone would have to keep their secrets from humans. I wondered if we would study human history or have separate classes for our own. "And that concludes this meeting," my father said. People began filing out of the building. "Man, they have a lot of rules," Caden said as he walked with Tori and me. "What even is a dress code? Am I going to hate it? I'm so excited about this," Tori said. I laughed as the two of them kept talking excitedly back and forth. "Jackson?" A familiar voice called from behind me. I turned to see Stacy, her skirt fitted and ending mid-thigh, her white, cropped top hugging her figure. She smiled, biting her glossy lip, her bright blue eyes fixed on me. "Gotta go," I told Tori and Caden. They nodded and walked off. Stacy was fun to hang out with. We sometimes smoked together, and we occasionally hooked up. She did the same with other guys, but as the future alpha, she clearly had her sights on me more often. She could be sharp-tongued, but she didn't usually bully anyone. Still, she fit the popular girl stereotype perfectly. We both knew our connection was mostly physical, nothing deeper. "Want to head back to my house?" she asked, twirling a strand of strawberry blonde hair. "My parents aren't home." "Do you even have to ask?" Chapter 2. Spencer Murdoch. "And our transfers will be joining us today, so please make them feel at home and a part of our school," our principal announced at the assembly. It felt a little odd that these students were transferring in a month into the year. All grades, too, freshman through senior. Now they would be part of our Timberwolves family. Our school mascot was the Timberwolves, and we took that spirit seriously. Adding over 100 new students would make our already crowded school even bigger. There will be a rally for them this Friday. Bring your school spirit. He finished his speech and stepped back from the podium. The teachers rose from the bleachers and began guiding us out of the gym. I stepped down each bench, my wedges clacking against the metal, drawing a few glances from boys nearby. I didn't know them, but they started whispering to each other. I flipped them my middle finger in response. They laughed as I clicked and clacked my way out of the gym, away from the crowd. Meadows Ridge High was so large that assemblies had to be split into two groups, A and B. I was in Group B, and now that it was over, we could head to lunch. As students from Group A were released to join us, I noticed a huge crowd gathered around the main office. "Spencer," a familiar voice called from behind. I turned to see Cassie jogging toward me. Her bright white smile lit up her face, and her tight curls were pulled into a messy bun on top of her heart-shaped head. "I've been calling your name forever." "Oh, sorry," I said. She waved it off. "It's fine. She smiled and held up a navy blue windbreaker with the words "Ask Me Questions" printed in bold black letters and a forest green smiley face beneath them, our school colors. Her manicured French-tipped nails gripped the fabric as she extended it toward me. "Here's the jacket for guiding the new students. I know you missed the leadership meeting, so I grabbed one for you." I smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Cassie." "Yeah, sure." She gave a quick wave. "See you later." Then she headed off toward her own group of friends, all wearing matching windbreakers. I knew those girls from student leadership, the class where we planned school events like rallies and Red Ribbon Week. I had joined in my freshman year, hoping to make new friends. Now I was a senior and still had exactly 0 close friends from it. Sighing, I walked over to the overseeing teacher, Mrs. Anderson, and gave her a quiet hi. She looked up from her clipboard and smiled warmly, her dark eyes bright with kindness. Mrs. Anderson had always seemed to like me, maybe because I finished my work on time or because I stayed out of trouble. Either way, I appreciated it. "Spencer," she greeted me cheerfully. "I've assigned you to Group 6. You'll show them around the school and explain how things work here. They're lucky to have you as their guide." "Thank you, Mrs. Anderson," I said politely. For some reason, I always thanked people for everything. I even apologized a lot. Maybe I was secretly Canadian. "No problem, sweetie. Oh, Cassie." She turned to the curly-haired girl and began assigning group numbers to her and her friends. I slipped on the windbreaker, my long blonde hair getting caught underneath the collar. Then I approached another teacher whose shirt had Moonstone High School printed in small letters across the back. I took a deep breath before speaking. "Excuse me," I said. He looked up. "Which group is 6? He stared at me a moment longer than felt normal, then pointed toward a group of students laughing louder than the rest. They all looked unusually fit. The guys were strikingly handsome, and the girls were equally attractive. But one boy in particular caught my attention. He was laughing at something one of his friends said, eyes crinkled, head thrown back. Everyone in the group seemed eager to make him laugh, and when he did, they looked pleased with themselves. It was strange. He stopped laughing, though the others kept talking and joking. Then he scanned the area as if searching for something. His gaze landed on me. His dark eyes narrowed slightly as he realized I was watching him. With no other choice, I walked toward the group. It was my job, after all. My shoes clicked and clacked again as I approached. The closer I got, the more my palms sweated and my heart raced. "Hello," I said loudly when I reached them. Instantly, they all went quiet and turned to me. That felt oddly intense. "My name is Spencer, and I'm your guide for the day." I counted 5 of them. The guy who had been staring, a girl with dark hair pulled into a low ponytail, an attractive boy wearing black nail polish, a girl with strawberry blonde hair, and a tall blonde guy. All of them stared at me like I was something extraordinary. "I guess we can start the tour," I said. They exchanged quick glances with one another. Chapter 3. Jackson Hale. A strange feeling washed over me. My palms grew sweaty, and my heart pounded harder against my chest. Something or someone was approaching. A sweet scent filled the air: birthday cake, ice cream, and candy. It reminded me of my favorite time of year, my birthday parties, when all my friends gathered to celebrate. I loved returning the favor for theirs, too. My instincts pulled my gaze toward the source, and there she was. I turned and saw the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. Long, ash-blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her tan skin looked flawless, smooth, and clear. Dark green eyes met mine, and I narrowed my own in quiet admiration and confusion. She was my mate. But she was human. Completely human. I could hear her heartbeat quicken as she drew closer. Beneath the delicious sweetness, there was the faint, familiar trace of a human scent. "Do you smell that?" I whispered to Caden beside me, needing confirmation that it wasn't just me. "The girl walking toward us?" he asked, scanning her small, curvy frame. A sharp spike of jealousy rose in my throat, almost forcing a growl, but I held it back. "She smells like the principal from the meeting." I think that's what humans smell like. So it was only me, which meant she really was my mate. My beautiful mate. Even in that mismatched, slightly oversized school jacket whose colors matched the rest of the campus, nothing could dim her presence. "Hi," she said, smiling at the group. Her teeth were bright and even. "My name is Spencer, and I'll be your guide for today." She glanced at each of us before continuing. "I guess we can start the tour." When her eyes met mine again, heat rose in my face. I quickly covered it with a smirk. She rolled her eyes and turned to lead the way. That small dismissal stung more than I expected. I knew the smirk was a cheap move, plenty of girls fell for it, but Spencer clearly wasn't one of them. "Wow," Tori whispered behind me. "This girl must be something if she can handle Jackson's attitude." I shot her a glare. She just grinned back. "Over there are the bathrooms," Spencer announced, pointing across the campus. "Boys on the left, girls on the right. These are the only ones open at lunch. The others are in the 600 building." She gestured toward the large structure towering nearby. "Outside of lunch, those are open all day." "Why are they closed at lunch?" Mark asked from beside me. I had almost forgotten he was there. Some students were caught smoking in there, so no one's allowed in the building at lunch unless a teacher gives permission, Spencer explained. "Smoking what?" Caden asked. She rolled her eyes. "Weed, obviously." I smirked. Caden looked momentarily surprised before curiosity took over. "Weed?" Stacy echoed. The word was unfamiliar to most of us. "Yeah, the plant that gets you high," Spencer said, noticing our confusion. "So, like wolfsbane?" Caden asked before I could stop him. "What's wolfsbane?" Spencer shot back, equally puzzled. I glared at Caden. He clamped his mouth shut. Clearly, humans didn't have wolfsbane. How they survived high school was a mystery. "Okay, the 600 building is where you'll probably have most of your classes, math, science, languages, that kind of thing." She pointed to a cluster of smaller buildings. "Over there is the 700 building for English and social studies. Next to it is the 800 building drama, band, dance." I watched her as she explained, the way her hair shifted with every turn of her head. The movement of her full lips as she spoke sent a shiver through me. Every so often, she bit her bottom lip during a brief pause. With every breath I took of her scent, the pull toward her grew stronger. "If your classes are numbered below 500, they're on the middle school side. The campus is basically split in two. You're not allowed over there unless you have a class. Red lines mark the boundary. You can't cross them before school, at lunch, or after. Seniors with valid passes can leave campus, but the gates lock after lunch. And they only check IDs about 15 minutes into lunch." "Damn, this school has a lot of rules," Caden muttered. "And if you break them, you go to the Student Responsibility Center, SRC, above the library in the 500 building. Your counselor's office is right next to it," Spencer added. We definitely needed to avoid that place. The principal's warnings were still fresh. Any trouble, and we were finished. I glanced across the quad and saw other groups, vampires, werewolves, sirens, receiving the same tour from different guides. Everyone was getting the same rundown. A short, round boy passed by, making a quiet humming sound. He moved slowly, looking at each of us before stopping near Spencer. His black hair was neatly combed back, and his cheeks flushed pink under our attention. Spencer waited patiently. "Hi, Spencer," he said in a surprisingly deep voice. "Hey, Kevin," she replied with a warm smile. He hurried off, and she turned back to us. We had all watched the exchange. She tilted her head slightly. "I don't know what things were like at your old school, but kids like him are in special edition. If you don't want trouble with the athletes, don't make fun of them, mess with them, or talk behind their backs. We're not that kind of school." We nodded in understanding. We could handle any athletes, but this was their territory. We would follow their rules. "Okay," Spencer said, smiling again. "Last part of the tour. There are 2 gyms, east and west. The cafeteria is in front of the east gym. Between the gyms are the boys' and girls' locker rooms. If you need help finding classes this week, look for students in these jackets. Ask them." "I need help getting to my classes now," I said. She looked at me immediately. It took her a second to process before she bit her bottom lip again. I guess the tour's over, so I can help you, she said quietly. Beside me, Stacy let out a low sound. I ignored it. Spencer almost certainly hadn't heard. I'll see you guys later, I told the others. Caden smirked before walking off with Tori. Let me see your schedule, Spencer said, holding out her hand. I handed it over. She scanned the page. Okay, you came in at lunch, so you only have 2 classes left, sports P and stats. Do we go to the gym or the locker room first for P? I asked, watching her lashes flutter as she looked down. I have P with you, so I can. She glanced up, eyes widening when she realized how close we stood. I couldn't bring myself to step back. Honestly, it made me smirk. I can walk you there, she whispered. Okay, I breathed. She shivered slightly as my breath brushed her face. I forced myself to take a step back before things became more complicated. I couldn't be with her. She was human. She wasn't strong enough to be Luna. There had never been a human mate before, at least not that anyone talked about. I didn't know the rules for this situation, and I wasn't even allowed to reveal what we were. I had to follow the agreement, especially as a future alpha. Too many obstacles stood in the way. Chapter 4. Spencer Murdoch. His hazel eyes, the ones that change color in the sunlight. Punch. His smile when he looks at me. Punch. His chuckle when I'm being adorable. Kick. Good, my father said, watching me hit the punching bag. Now go to the mat. I knew that meant I had to spar with him. Before my mother was taken from us a few years ago, both my parents treated me like a spoiled princess. I had everything I wanted and more. Then, on a regular Saturday night, my mother was mugged while getting into her car. The thieves shot her and injured the driver. Ever since then, my father had become distant and cold toward me. I stepped onto the mat, breathing hard. He stood ready, waiting for my first move. I threw a punch. He ducked easily. My father had decided to train me to fight. He was skilled himself, with over a decade of military service. His only regret was never teaching my mother to defend herself. He blamed himself for not being there to protect her, for not showing her how to survive. It had broken something in him. He refused to make the same mistake with me. I swung my leg toward his head. He caught my ankle and threw me to the ground. He pinned my leg against his chest and pressed his knee firmly into my stomach, enough to hold me, but not to injure. When I turned 12, the training began. I had kept at it ever since. Don't go easy on me, old man, I told him. He chuckled, then twisted my leg. Sharp pain shot through me. I yelped and gripped the mat. I raised my other leg, fighting through the ache, and hooked it around his neck. My hips shifted for leverage. Using my core, I squeezed, cutting off his air. Now it was a matter of who tapped first. It wouldn't be me. I breathed through the pain, the strain in my joints. My father's face reddened as his air ran out. He wouldn't tap, he'd let himself pass out first. My heart hammered. Sweat rolled down my forehead. I let out a few groans. Dad, I said, exaggerating a dramatic groan as if in real pain. He released my leg instantly, concern flashing across his face. In that split second, I released his neck and slammed him to the ground with full force. My hand rested firmly on his throat, my body weight pinning him. He chuckled. You weren't really hurting that bad, were you? He asked, already knowing. Gotta use every advantage I've got, I replied. It was something he had taught me from the beginning. My father smiled brightly. Good. You're actually applying what I teach. He tapped the mat in clear surrender. I let him up, stood, and stepped off the mat. I unwrapped my black sparring gloves to let the heat escape, grabbed my water bottle, poured some over my face to cool down, then drank the rest. You're doing really well, he said, coming up beside me. Thanks. I learned from the best. I let my hair down from its ponytail. My brown locks fell across my shoulders. He nodded, said nothing more, and walked away. He hadn't spoken to me much since the incident. It hadn't bothered me growing up. I had freedom to do whatever I wanted. The only times he showed real interest were when I was hurt or when we trained. I knew he cared. I think he was afraid of losing someone else close to him. That might be why he kept his distance. Either way, I still loved him. He was my family, the only one I had left. I pulled into the parking lot of my job, something to keep me occupied. We didn't need the money, our family was comfortable, but I got bored too easily and too often. So I worked at the cafe near the mall. Teens and parents stopped by for frappuccinos even in winter, which kept business steady. I had one person I talked to, Jeffrey, the gayest of the gays. I considered him my closest friend, though we weren't as close as I sometimes pretended. I walked in and saw his eyes widen. "Thank God, Spencer," he exclaimed, rushing over. "I am never watching that dog again. I'm positive he's the devil." "Augie is not the devil," I said, chuckling as I looked across the room at my husky chained near the wall. Kids were petting and hugging him roughly. "He pooped everywhere," Jeff said, running his fingers through his ashy hair like it was the most stressful day of his life. "No, he didn't," I replied, glancing around. "Augie was professionally trained, he wouldn't do that." "Okay, fine, he didn't. But..." He pointed dramatically at the dog as if presenting evidence. He was about to, and I wasn't going to clean it up. I laughed. "It's your job, Jeff. Whatever." He waved me off and headed behind the counter. I followed, grabbing the company apron on the way. "Jamie took off with her boyfriend, so it's just you and me today." "I'm good with that," I said. After clocking in on the tablet, I washed my hands in the sanitizing sink and tied the apron around my waist, leaving the bow in front. "I'll take the counter." I stood behind the front and waited for customers while restocking and keeping the area clean. Mondays after school were usually slow. The doorbell chimed. Jackson walked in first, followed by a few of his friends. "He is really hot," Jeff whispered in my ear from behind. I chuckled and gently pushed him back. He grinned goofily. "Not gonna happen," I said. I wasn't even sure why I said it. Jackson could be interested, but I didn't want him to be. I turned my attention back to the counter as Jackson and his friends approached. I smiled. "Hi, what can I get you?" Jackson opened his mouth, but Augie interrupted with a harsh bark. The dog lunged toward the group, only to be yanked back by the chain. He kept barking, startling the kids who had been playing with him. Jackson and his friends froze, staring at the snarling husky. "Ruhig," I commanded. Augie immediately went silent, whimpered, and sat back against the wall, calm again. "Sorry. What can I get you guys?" I don't know," Jackson said, looking up at the menu. "What do you think is good?" "I don't usually drink coffee," I told him. "Well, I'll have a caramel frappe and Caden will have a blended chai." The girl with the ponytail smiled at Caden. "I know you'll like that." She turned back and looped her arm through Jackson's. My gaze returned to him, but his eyes had never left me. He stared openly. I couldn't tell if he was deciding on his order or just looking at me. Either way, I didn't want to break the moment. "Jackson, babe," the girl said. "What the hell do you want? We're not staying here all day." A pang of jealousy hit me. Of course, someone who looked like him had a girlfriend. I hadn't wanted to believe it, but now it was obvious. She was so comfortable with him, her gentle touches on his shoulder and arm seemed automatic, not forced. The way her fingers wrapped around his bicep irritated me. I wondered briefly if she thought he needed guiding, or if his girlfriend was simply the only explanation. A warm hand settled around my waist, pulling me slightly behind a lean frame. I looked up to see Jeff now standing in front of me, facing the customers calmly. "I recommend the pink drink," he said smoothly. "And Spencer loves it." Jackson's hazel eyes narrowed slightly at Jeff before shifting back to me. His reddish hair fell slightly across his forehead, his tan skin catching the light. When our eyes met again, something in his expression softened. "Then I'll have the pink drink," he said. Chapter 5. Jackson Hale. After the cafe, I decided I wanted to know more about Spencer from a distance. Just because I couldn't be with her didn't mean I couldn't get to know her as a friend. And protect her. I couldn't tell anyone about our connection. If the others found out, they might use her to get to me. My pack would do anything to protect their Luna, but she was human. I had no idea how they would react to that. The next day at school, I searched for anyone in one of those bright jackets to help me find my first class. The campus was massive and overcrowded. I was surprised I couldn't spot a single guide anywhere. "Hey, doggy." A painfully familiar voice called from behind me. I rolled my eyes. "Leave me alone, Diego," I said, turning back to scan the crowd. "You lost, puppy?" he mocked. I sighed and faced the annoying vampire. Diego stood there with a smug grin I wanted to wipe off his face. His gothic style drew attention from all kinds of girls. I didn't get it, sure. He was attractive, but he was a complete jerk. "Leave me alone," I repeated, waving him off. "You wish." He stayed put. "I'm waiting for someone." "Whatever." I checked my schedule again. Where was my class? Then Spencer's suite scent hit me, cake, ice cream, candy, as fresh and overwhelming as the first time. I turned quickly and spotted her about 10 feet away, walking toward me in that same jacket. My heart lifted when she smiled at me. The small crinkles at the corners of her eyes stood out, but I didn't mind. They made her real. "Thank God you're here," I said, smirking. "I need help finding my first class." "I wish I could help," she replied, stopping in front of me. I frowned. "Diego asked me first. He caught me in the library early this morning." She walked over to him and gave him a small smile. Diego smirked at me, and all I wanted was to tear him apart. A low growl escaped my throat, quiet enough for humans, but he definitely heard it. "Amo una mujer hermosa que me muestra los alrededores," Diego said, still smirking at me. Before I could respond, Spencer answered. "Linnea Lisa, funciona en todas las chicas?" "And she speaks Spanish," he exclaimed smoothly. "Now I really want to find out what else you can do." He winked at her. My blood boiled. Spencer chuckled and grabbed his forearm lightly. "Let's just go find your class, Clare." Diego handed her his schedule. She scanned it quickly. Feeling petty and helpless, I walked away. There was nothing I could do. She could be friends with whoever she wanted. I couldn't challenge Diego without drawing attention. "I can't believe she went with him," I said to Tori in the cafeteria. I was still furious about the morning. When I finally found my class, I'd had to vent to Tori. I told her I liked Spencer, but nothing more. "Obviously Diego just wants to get under your skin," she said, biting into a cookie. "Now that we're not at a mostly werewolf school, he's trying to assert dominance." "Ha, gay," Caden muttered, distracted by his phone. "He needs to find someone else to mess with," I grumbled. "It's not like the Jackson Hale to get attached to a girl," Caden commented. I shot him a glare. "Take a picture, baby. It lasts longer." "Caden's right," Tori sighed. "You can't get attached to a human when your mate is out there somewhere." I forced a chuckle. "That's if I find her." My palms felt clammy. "Find who?" Stacy asked from behind me. Her arms wrapped around me, hands rubbing my chest. I sighed and gently pried her wrists away. "My mate," I said. She frowned and sat beside me. "You'll find her soon enough. But for now, you have me." She pulled out a familiar vape. "Stacy, you're not supposed to smoke anything here," I whispered. "Especially not wolfsbane. This school has too many rules." "And this doesn't even have wolfsbane," she said, bored. "That doesn't matter," I growled. She looked at me sharply and quickly put the vape away, clearly unnerved. She knew I wouldn't actually do anything, but she didn't know that for sure. Her phone chimed. She smiled at the screen and glanced at us. "Gotta blast, nerds." She stood, walked around to Tori, and twirled a strand of Tori's ponytail between her fingers. Tori tensed. Stacy leaned in, lips hovering near Tori's ear, whispering something. I didn't listen in. Whatever it wasn't my business. I wasn't the type to demand everyone's secrets. Stacy pulled back and blew a playful kiss toward Caden, who smirked in return. As soon as she left, Caden chuckled. That was hot. Tori kicked his shin under the table. "Ow. Is she mad?" Tori asked, nodding toward Kate across the lunchroom. Kate's eyes narrowed at Tori, jealousy clear even from here. "Oh yeah, she's pissed," Caden said bluntly. Tori facepalmed and groaned. "I'm a jerk. Why don't you just accept her?" I asked. "The pack has plenty of same-sex couples. Your parents are the most open-minded people I know." "It's not that simple," she said quietly. Imagine thinking you were straight your whole life, and then suddenly you fall hard for someone of the same gender. She looked straight into my eyes. My whole world flipped because of one girl. I just need time to process. Tori, I'm here for whatever you decide, I said. But this isn't one-sided. Kate loves you and will wait as long as it takes. Just don't make her wait forever. She doesn't deserve that. We're both here for you, always, Caden added. She looked between us. I'm scared, she whispered. Caden and I each took one of her hands. I walked into the locker room, eager to see Spencer again. We shared soccer P. She wore black spandex that hugged her curves and a gray Nike sports bra because she worked hard and sweated a lot. Sometimes I caught the faint salt of her sweat or heard her soft exhale during drills. I was grateful to be a werewolf. Seeing her like that every day was something to look forward to. I opened my locker, pulled off my shirt, and tossed it inside. As I reached for a fresh one, a cough came from nearby. I turned to see Diego, shirtless, smug as ever, watching me. Looks like someone still thinks their body is a temple, he snickered, eyeing me up and down. What are you doing here? I asked, pulling on my shirt. You don't even have sports P. Actually, puppy dog, I have volleyball P, he said, irritated. You know I don't do well in the sun. I smirked. No, I don't. Why don't you do well in the sun? Whatever. I'm just here to tell you that Spencer and I bonded today. Looks like I've got a coffee date with her after school. He said it only to rile me up. And it worked. I narrowed my eyes threateningly. He just laughed and walked away, leaving me with the sting of that news. Chapter 6. Spencer Murdoch. Red everywhere. I didn't see it, but I felt it. I could smell the blood. I hadn't known blood could smell like that. But the crimson was nowhere to be found. It was just my mom and me looking up at her. She seemed so tall, like she could touch the clouds. Get in the CA, and then I saw it. Blood sprayed from her head. I didn't hear the shot. The gun was silent. My mother dropped to the floor, eyes lifeless. I held her, her head heavy as stone in my arms. My tears mixed with the pool of blood. My skin was stained with it. I couldn't breathe. Strong arms gripped me and pulled me away into the unknown. No, Mommy, I yelled, but the sound came out muffled and strange. I screamed again, still covered by silence. As the men dragged me farther from her body, she grew distant. I felt myself weaken. Hunger gnawed deeper with every step they took. My eyes grew heavier. My body thinned until everything faded into complete darkness. No hands on my small body. No one is pulling me. Nothing but darkness and a spotlight with no source. It shone on the barrel of a gun pointed straight at my head. A burst of clownish laughter echoed from somewhere far away, yet close. He was right there, threatening my life. Then the bang, the only sound that came through clearly. I woke in a cold sweat. Gunshots rang from the song on the radio. I steadied my breathing and checked the time. I'd been asleep for an hour. Sighing, I turned off the car and looked out at the cafe. I was supposed to meet Diego for coffee. I wished it were Jackson instead. I wanted to know more about him, his family. Of course, I'd have to lie about mine if he ever asked. Some people might find it strange that my father trained me to fight battles that didn't exist. I stepped out of the car, bag over my shoulder, and locked the door. My heels clicked across the asphalt as I crossed the street. I reached the glass door of the cafe and hesitated before pushing it open. Jeff was wiping down the wooden tables. He caught my eye and stopped immediately. When I said yesterday was the last time I'm watching your Tasmanian devil, I meant it, he grumbled. He's no longer welcome here. Leave him home alone like normal people. If it means that much to you, Jeff, I'll hire a dog sitter from now on, I said. Jesus, I forget you're rich enough to do that. He groaned, then looked at me with a mix of amusement and faint jealousy. Also, there's a hottie waiting for you in the back. I glanced past him. Diego sat patiently, eyes meeting mine. He gave me a cocky smirk. What is it about you that attracts the hottest guys? Jeff asked playfully. I don't know, what attracts you to me? He chuckled. Your ability to make people forget they're mad at you. I smiled, kissed his cheek, and headed to the back. Order me a pink drink, I called before sitting across from Diego. Pink drink? Diego questioned. Isn't that a Starbucks thing? We supply the cheap knockoff, I said. He chuckled. Do you work here? He asked. I nodded. My shift starts in an hour. So after we're done, I'm on. In a hurry to get away from me? He smirked. No, I didn't mean it like that. I corrected quickly. I just mean we can hang out until I have to work. Oh. He started to reply, but Augie made his entrance, running up and resting his head in my lap. I ran my hands through his fur, scratching behind his ears and along his cheeks. Is this your dog? Diego asked, eyeing Augie curiously before looking back at me. Yeah, his name is Augie. What breed is he? Diego asked. Now it was my turn to study him. Besides my father, I was the only one protective of Augie. Where I'm from, there are more wolves than dogs, he said. And the wolves don't like anyone outside their pack. Wolves in California? There hadn't been wolves here for decades. My town is rare, one of the only places still populated by them, he explained. I nodded, distracted for a moment by his dark, bushy eyebrows and deep tan skin darker than mine, like he'd spent all day in the sun. His gothic style and athletic build said otherwise. I shook off the thought. He's part husky, part blue nose, and a lot of timberwolf. Like your school? Yeah, no connection though, I joked. Diego opened his mouth to reply, but Jeff appeared with my drink and set it on the table. There you go, cutie, Jeff said mockingly. Thanks. I grabbed the cup. Diego glared at us. Jeff turned, winked at Diego, and walked away. Diego's face paled slightly as he watched Jeff leave. Diego looked back at me as I sipped through the straw. He glared a second longer before slumping back in his seat. Saw you at lunch today, he said. You were reading alone on the cement bench. What's a gorgeous girl like you doing alone like that? That means a lot coming from you, I said, pausing. Too bad you're gay. What? He stuttered, shifting in his chair. Oh, come on. Don't deny it. I saw how you looked when Jeff came over. How you glared at me even after he left. How you flushed when he winked at you. Okay. He groaned, covering his face with his hands. Whatever. Look, Diego, it's fine, I said softly. I might have pushed too far. I'd never had a closeted gay friend before. I know, he groaned again. Just don't tell anyone, Spencer. My family is definitely not okay with it. They're already questioning me. If you want, I can be your girlfriend, I offered. He looked at me and chuckled. You're cute and all, but I'm obviously not interested in you that way. I know, dumbass, I smirked. I mean to convince your parents. Diego studied me, dark eyes roaming my face. His stare felt intimidating, like it could cut. Sure. He took my drink, sipped it, and made a strange face as he'd never tasted anything like it. Jeff is gay, by the way, I said smoothly. Openly gay. So if you ever feel the need to cheat on me, he's your guy. I'll keep that in mind, he said, smirking. He glanced behind me, presumably at Jeff. His eyes softened. I'm gonna tell you something now that we're really close friends, Diego said, still watching Jeff. You don't want to mess with Jackson. I hate to admit it, but he's loyal, kind, and protective, all the things you'd want in a boyfriend. The problem is he's dangerous, even without trying. So don't pursue him unless you're ready to get hurt. I looked at Diego suspiciously. He met my gaze with a serious expression before glancing back at Jeff. Don't tell him I said that about him, or I'll plead the fifth, he warned. Chapter 7. Jackson Hale. I walked into our large house with Caden right behind me. He slipped his phone into his sweats before stepping inside. At the doorway, we both took off our shoes and lined them neatly against the wall. My toes flexed in my socks against the cool hardwood floor. Sweetie, my mother called from the kitchen. The rich scent of roasted chicken drifted toward me, making my mouth water. Is that you? Yeah, Ma. I called back. Caden too. Oh, great, she exclaimed. Come to the kitchen. We headed toward her and the cooking. The smell grew stronger with every step. The first thing I saw was my younger sister, Clare, hunched over the computer with a frustrated expression. I loved when she did that. She always stuck her tongue out slightly without realizing it, a habit she had when concentrating hard. Claire was in 8th grade, middle school, but she was the most mature person I knew. Seriously? She grumbled under her breath. Caden chuckled behind me. What now? I asked. She hated it when technology didn't cooperate. This stupid computer won't take my password, she exclaimed. Language, my mother scolded from the stove. Sorry, Ma, Claire muttered, eyes still glued to the screen. I sighed, took the laptop from her, and typed in her password. It was accepted immediately. I handed it back. Claire stared past me for a second before I nudged her shoulder. She snapped her attention to me. It hates me, she complained. Yeah, it does, I agreed. I glanced at my mother, who was still leaning against the counter. How was your first full day at the human school? She asked while stirring something on the stove. Humans are weird, Caden answered for me. You guys are lucky, Claire said wistfully. I wish I could have gone with the high school. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten held back, I teased. She glared at me. That was 3rd grade, and I'm sorry, but none of you taught me to read until the teacher basically forced you to. I liked your 3rd grade teacher, my mother said. She looked out for you kids. Didn't care that we were an alpha family. She'd put us in our place when it came to our children, but she still respected us. She was a mermaid, I added. Maybe that's why I had a crush on her, Caden joked. Claire started coughing dramatically. I shot her a strange look. She was a beautiful creature, my mother said, ignoring Claire's outburst. Explains a lot. Jackson met a girl, Caden announced suddenly. I turned to glare at him, but he pointedly avoided my eyes. Mate? My mother asked, pausing mid-stir. No, I lied quickly. She relaxed. She's human. That's nice, but don't get too attached, my mother said cheerfully. Your mate is still out there somewhere. What's her name? Spencer, I told her. Huh, humans have strange names for their girls. She pulled the pan from the oven. You think anyone's ever been mated to a human? Claire asked curiously. My palms grew clammy, my breathing deepened. Not that I've heard of, my mother replied. It's impossible. The alpha draws strength from the pack. A human mate would weaken that bond. We're made to mate with werewolves and only werewolves. There have been werewolves mated to vampires, Caden pointed out. Claire answered quickly. Vampires aren't weak. She smiled at my friend. I'm gonna head up to my room, I said abruptly, wanting to escape the conversation. Okay, come down in an hour. Dinner will be ready, my mother told me. I nodded, grabbed Caden's wrist, and pulled him upstairs with me. We walked down the hallway on the 2nd floor until we reached my room. I collapsed onto my bed. Caden chuckled and lay down beside me more carefully. He stared at me longer than usual, something he only did when he had something on his mind. What's wrong? I asked. Caden sighed, threw his head back against the pillow, stared at the ceiling for a moment, then turned to me. The school has a big football team, he confessed. I'd like to try out. That's fine, as long as you keep your abilities under control, I said. What the of course I would. I'm not stupid, he grumbled. Sure you're not. I smirked. He smacked my arm lightly, making me laugh. I pulled my phone from my pocket, opened it, and went straight to Instagram. In the search bar, I typed Spencer's name. Several profiles appeared. I scanned the profile pictures until I found hers. Her account was trendy, lots of photos of her in beautiful places with different people. Some faces I recognized from human culture, others even supernatural. She had nearly 1 million followers, and some posts had more likes than all my photos combined. Maybe you should join too, Caden said, distracted by his own phone. I looked at her pictures again and felt a sudden urge to impress her. Sure, I agreed quickly. I followed her, then closed the app and opened a browser. Typing her name brought up articles that hit hard. Spencer Murdoch, daughter of former CEO Nicholas Murdoch. Details about her family, her social life, even pieces about her mother's death. Reading them made my chest ache. I couldn't imagine anyone doing that to her. Tryouts are this Friday, Caden said. They train year-round, but the season's only 4 months. I nodded absently, deciding I shouldn't dig deeper into her life like this. I turned off my phone and set it aside. I grabbed a pillow, tucked it under my head, and closed my eyes for a quick nap. It wasn't long before my phone buzzed. I picked it up. @SpencerHale followed you back. I smiled to myself, but the expression faded when a text came through. I read it and fought the urge to roll my eyes. Stacy, needing you really bad RN. Attached was a photo, Stacy topless, strawberry blonde hair spilling around her, biting her full pink lip. Freckles dotted her pale skin. Her hands were inside her blue floral underwear, expression caught in obvious pleasure. I groaned, annoyed, but also affected. I opened the thread and typed back. Jackson, no can do. Stacy, oh come on, Jackson. Stacy, come over and I'll show you some new things I learned. I left it on read. Chapter 8. Spencer Murdoch. It was finally Friday, rally day. The school had assigned me to the entrance, directing students to their sections by grade, freshmen here, sophomores there, and so on. Diego and I had been playing the couple act for the whole school. Honestly, the only ones who seemed to care were the new transfers. And Jackson. Sometimes I caught Jackson glaring at Diego, and it gave me a quiet hope. Once Diego and I wrapped up whatever this fake thing was, maybe I could take my shot. Ask Jackson out, kiss him under the stars, do all the cheesy stuff I secretly wanted. I was just waiting for the right moment, if it ever came. Hey, babe, Diego said, wrapping his arms around me from behind. So my parents want to meet you. He whispered the last part in my ear. There was a slight tremor in his voice, like he was actually nervous. I turned and looked up at him. His eyes held worry. Not attraction, just real concern. I didn't understand why. His family sounded normal. 2 parents, siblings, a nice house 30 minutes away in a town called Jamesville. It sounded like something out of a children's book. It'll be fine, I said with a small smile. He glanced away. You don't know my family. They'll eat you alive. I think I can handle them, I replied. But he wasn't looking at me anymore. I followed his gaze. Jackson had just walked in with his friends. He glanced this way, and my heart slammed against my ribs. My palms grew slick, my breath caught. Calm down, Diego whispered in my ear. How he knew I was panicking inside was beyond me. I barely heard the rest of what he said. The world blurred, sounds muffled. All I could focus on was Jackson. The feeling inside me was overwhelming, like my limbs were being torn apart piece by piece. I didn't understand it, but somehow I knew it had something to do with Diego. As if on cue, Diego turned my face back to him and kissed me. My heart shattered. I didn't want to kiss him, not in front of Jackson, not ever again. I didn't respond. He pulled away after a moment and smiled at me. You're his mate, he whispered, more to himself than to me. My eyes searched his for an explanation, but he gave none. I'm what? I asked, confused. Nothing. He shook his head. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear and studied me like I was something new and fragile. Before I could ask what he was doing, the Timberwolf mascot bounded over. The mascot ruffled my hair playfully. I laughed and let it pull me into an enthusiastic hug. It offered Diego a fist bump, but he refused, giving the costume a strange, almost hostile look before letting out a low snarl. What are you? Diego asked sharply. I'd never heard him speak like that before, but it seemed natural to him. It doesn't talk, I told him. He rolled his eyes. Of course it doesn't. Your school is weird. I laughed and pulled away from his hold, scanning for Jackson again. He was gone. I sighed. I have to get back to school spirit. He nodded, kissed my cheek, and headed toward the bleachers. The kiss on my cheek felt fine, especially since Jackson wasn't watching anymore. With Diego out of sight, I relaxed. Now it was just me guiding students to their seats while popular music played through the gym speakers. I recognized a track by 21 Savage and bobbed my head to it. Students around me started singing along, and soon the whole gym joined in. Balloons in school colors floated overhead, forming a giant arch. A few popped and rained down. Kids caught them and bounced them around the crowd. In the center stood the rest of the student council, leadership, cheerleaders, and a few supervising teachers. Spencer, go seat those new kids over there, Mrs. Anderson instructed. Before I could move, Cassie stepped in. The new kids? She asked, flipping her hair and smiling brightly. I can get them. There was a hint of desperation in her voice. I realized she probably wanted a chance with Jackson. No way was I letting that happen. I shook my head and gave my most innocent smile. I can handle them, Mrs. Anderson. The teacher glanced between us. How about you both do it? The more the merrier, Cassie said, though her tone was reluctant. I smiled at her. She returned it tightly. Then it settled. Both of you, Mrs. Anderson said before walking off to handle something else. I ignored Cassie and headed straight toward Jackson and his group. Two of his friends glanced at me, then back at him, like they knew something I didn't. Jackson's jaw was clenched tight as I approached. I traced every line of his face with my eyes, memorizing the details. My heart pounded harder. I liked being this close to him. My smile faded when he refused to turn around. He wouldn't even look at me. My stomach dropped, nausea rose. I clenched my own jaw so hard it hurt, as if I might break it. Tears stung my eyes. Hey, Jackson! Cassie exclaimed brightly beside me. He turned and smiled at her, completely avoiding me. How are you? She ran her fingers down his arm. I'm good. You? He bit the corner of his bottom lip. I mean, yeah, but not as good as last night, she purred. My chest tightened. Jackson slid his arm around her waist and pulled her in, kissing her deeply. Cassie melted into it, clearly enjoying every second. This was exactly what she'd wanted. Ball rose in my throat. Panicking, I turned and hurried out of the gym. I ran until I was behind the building, then dropped to my knees and threw up. The image of them kissing burned behind my eyes. Tears spilled over, turning into heavy sobs. I collapsed fully, sitting on the concrete with my knees pulled to my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut and clenched my jaw again. No. The school mascot. Chapter 9. Jackson Hale. Wolf. Pack. The school chanted in the gym. It was ironic that we had transferred to a school whose mascot was a wolf. I pushed the thought aside and immediately thought of Spencer. I had been so angry and heartbroken when she kissed Diego. And he was my biggest rival, she had to choose him. When I learned they were together, I lost it and invited Cassie over last night. She had been flirting with me for a while, so I figured it would be easy. It was a selfish choice, but I wasn't thinking straight. I wanted payback. I was in the same headspace when she kissed that vampire. So I kissed Cassie right in front of her. I regretted it instantly. Spencer's heartbeat when I refused to look at her tore me apart inside. She worried she had done something wrong. She could never do anything wrong, but she had the power to make me furious, so I ignored her feelings. I kissed Cassie and felt it immediately, sickness in my stomach. It felt so wrong. Last night hadn't bothered me because the whole time I had pictured Spencer. But now it was in front of her. It was obvious I wasn't kissing someone I cared about. I was leading Cassie on, knowing I had no intention of giving her what she wanted. When Spencer left, Caden punched my arm and walked off with Tori, who followed willingly. I knew I had messed up badly. I had spent so much time telling them how incredible Spencer was, how I would never hurt her. Then I did exactly that. They knew I would regret it. They knew I needed to be alone with my thoughts. So I sat on the bleachers with no one around me. The school chanted ironic cheers, and welcoming speeches echoed through the speakers for the new students. My mind kept returning to my mate. I wished she were anything but human. Maybe then we could have a future together. My original plan had been to stay close to her while she lived her own life, but jealousy would make that impossible. I would have to scrap the whole idea and stay away. It would be easy for her. For me, it would hurt every single second. They announced the players for the upcoming rally game, a few from our school, a few from this one. I wasn't listening. I was too busy watching Spencer cheer up the crowd. She moved like a relaxed cheerleader. And that's all I did, watched her through the entire rally. Over there. The coach's assistant pointed to the edge of the field, standing on the track with cheerleaders practicing behind him. Caden, a few boys from our school, and I walked over to the football coach. It was a hot day, California heat we were used to, but it clearly bothered the vampires who had decided to try out. Coach Farmer? I asked. He turned. His hair was buzzed white, matched by a scruffy beard. Tall and muscular, but not overly built. Clearly human, like everyone else at the school. You must be the Moonstone Pack kids. Y'all are lucky we need more players. Tryouts were before the school year even started. Yes, sir, we understand, Caden said in his usual polite tone. We're more than willing to catch up. No, sir. I ain't that old yet, boy. Coach Farmer said with a smooth country drawl. If any of you don't know how to play, leave now. Freshmen and sophomores can follow them. A few kids left, but it barely thinned our group. We were all willing to work together. Vampires, werewolves, sirens, even the mermen. But I noticed the divide forming at the school. Supernatural and human. Even without knowing what we were, they still kept separate. Now the rest of you, head to the locker rooms and get your gear. Use the practice ones and pick yellow or green. The assistant led us to the lockers. I'm just saying what you did makes you look like a jerk, Caden told me as we walked out. I am a jerk, I said, running my fingers through my deep red hair. But you shouldn't be a jerk to her. She's with that bloodsucker, I growled. Caden rolled his eyes. She doesn't know what he is. She doesn't know what you are. Give her some grace. She doesn't understand. He stopped me while the others walked ahead. Plus you have to think about your mate. She's out there, and she's better than Spencer. He had no idea Spencer was her. No one could ever be better than her. She was everything beautiful, intelligent, funny, quirky, kind, understanding. She had small habits that made my heart skip. The way she bit her bottom lip when concentrating. The way she shyly pulled out her glasses when she needed them. What she didn't know was how those glasses only made her more beautiful. I loved it when she pulled her long blonde hair into a loose ponytail, with baby hairs escaping in soft wisps. I thought about her constantly. Yeah, I said, trying to shift the subject. I was just jealous. Well, stop. He walked away. I couldn't stop. Diego was a mean, sarcastic, blood-sucking jerk who didn't deserve someone like Spencer. I hated how he tucked her hair behind her ear, how his eyes lit up when she appeared. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was pushing my buttons on purpose. I hurried to the field with the others. Coach started explaining the drills. The rest of the time, Spencer stayed on my mind. Chapter 10. Spencer Murdoch. I parked in the driveway of Diego's house and took a deep breath. I knew I had to convince his family that we were dating and that he wasn't interested in boys. Now that I was here, though, terror gripped me. My chest rose and fell rapidly. I couldn't calm my breathing. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through my contacts, searching for someone, anyone, who could steady me. My finger hovered, then pressed my dad's name. It rang, then went straight to voicemail. I sighed, hung up, and scrolled again. My nerves were still buzzing. I wasn't sure I could do this. I just needed to talk to someone who made me feel safe. Someone I trusted. Without thinking, I pressed the call button and lifted the phone to my ear. It rang through the car's Bluetooth. My heart raced faster with every tone. Hello. His voice came through, sleepy and rough. Hi. Who is this? Spencer, I said nervously. From school. I was your tour guide, and we met briefly at the rally. And the cafe. Oh. How did you get my number? Oh, haha, I stammered, feeling awkward. Your friend Tori said I might need it, so she gave it to me after the rally. He muttered something to someone on his end, too quiet for me to catch. A male voice answered. Relief washed over me. Jackson. I said into the phone. There was shuffling on the other side. Hello. Yeah, sorry. Look, I just wanted to call and ask if you and Cassie are, like a thing? My words trailed off into a mumble. Silence stretched. I shook my head at myself. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. I should go. No. Cassie and I aren't a thing. He said the word like it tasted strange. Oh. Well, do you want to, get coffee sometime? I asked. Jesus Christ, I'm usually good at this, I muttered. At what? Talking. Why aren't you now? He asked, probably dodging my question. I'm nervous, I whispered. Nervous? You make me nervous, Jackson, I admitted. In truth, his voice had already steadied me. My breathing slowed. Looking at the house no longer felt terrifying. It was his voice, that calmed me. "Aren't you with Diego?" he asked. He was right. I was with Diego. Even if it was fake, I was still his public girlfriend. Fake or not, I wasn't a cheater. I wouldn't be. You're right. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have to go. I pulled the phone away from my ear. No, Spencer, why? I hung up. I stared at the steering wheel and sighed. Of course, things wouldn't go my way. Even when I tried to protect Diego from his parents by putting my own happiness aside, everything still blew up. I had been so foolish to call Jackson and think it would work out. He probably didn't even feel the same. This was all in my head. A tap on the window startled me. Diego stood there, eyebrows raised. I remembered why I was here. Sighing, I opened the door, grabbed my bag, and stepped out. Diego backed up to let me stand in front of him. "Why are you being so creepy?" he asked with a smirk. "What do you mean?" "You were just sitting out here staring at my house." My face warmed. "Dude, I'm scared." He smiled. "Why?" I groaned and walked past him toward the house. "Because your house is intimidating, your cars are intimidating, you're intimidating, so your family must be intimidating." "You'll be fine. Just be yourself," he reassured me, placing a cool hand on the small of my back. "Right. Thanks." I still felt scared, but not as much as before I spoke to Jackson. Still close, though. I watched Diego smile as we walked up the driveway. The urge to hold his hand was strong, so I slipped my fingers through his. He glanced at me briefly before squeezing back. "Diego?" I said nervously. "Yeah." He kept his eyes forward. "Maybe after I meet your parents, we can publicly break up," I suggested. He looked surprised at first, not hurt or betrayed, more like he understood exactly why. "You want to be free so Jackson can make a move. Or vice versa." He whispered it, as if others might hear. "Spencer, I know he'll make a move. But I don't know if his friends and family will accept you." "Why not?" I asked, stung that he thought I wasn't good enough. "It's hard to explain. Just know he won't be completely honest with you. He'll lie, but it's for a confusing but good reason." "You're the one being confusing right now," I whispered back. "I know, but you'll understand. Just be careful with him." I sighed. "Okay. Spencer, dear, could you be so kind as to grab the salt and pepper from the counter?" "I must have forgotten them," Diego's mother asked in her smooth, almost timeless voice, each word perfectly pronounced with a faint European accent. "Sure." I nodded and retrieved the bottles. I sat at the long table and smiled at everyone. Diego's mother, Danielle, had short red hair and striking green eyes. Her skin was pale, almost unnaturally so, and her makeup and nails were dark and elegant. Beside her sat Kendrick, her husband, also pale, with dark hair and a handsome, masculine face. Diego's younger sister, Camilla, looked more like him than the others, long dark hair, full lips, tan skin. Her eyes carried the same depth and wisdom as the rest of the family. Then there was Derek, the lightest of them, blonde hair, blue eyes, still strikingly attractive. "So, Spencer, what are your hobbies?" Kendrick asked. I go hiking and rappelling a lot. A bit of boxing here and there. I'm kind of an adrenaline junkie." I laughed lightly. "That's cool. Where do you work?" Camilla asked, taking a bite of her very rare steak. "At the cafe downtown. It's small and cozy. I really like it there." I smiled before biting into my own steak, cooked a little more than theirs. "That's nice," Danielle said. "You're a very attractive young lady, Spencer. How did my son convince you to be with him?" I laughed. "Diego isn't that bad. He can be kind of a gentleman when he wants to be." Danielle smiled and sipped her unusually thick red wine. The rest of us, Camilla, Diego, and I, had water. I seemed to be the only one drinking it. "So, what do you like to eat?" Derek asked with a sly smirk. "Derek," Diego warned. "It's okay," I said, touching Diego's hand across the table. "I eat a lot of fast food and tell myself it's fine because I exercise and have a salad once in a while." I'm totally wrong. "Oh, that's interesting," Danielle commented. "What's your favorite fast food place?" Camilla asked. "Taco Bell," I replied. She smiled but looked puzzled. "Never been." "Well, what do you guys eat?" I asked. Lots of things, Derek said with a snicker. Want me to show you sometime? Son, Kendrick warned. Dad, Derek mocked, staring him down. For a second, I thought I saw a faint red glint in Derek's eyes, like a flicker of flame. We're about done, so we'll head upstairs if that's okay, Diego announced quickly. I think that would be wise, Danielle said with a knowing nod. No offense, but your family is weird, I said as I stepped into his room. Trust me, I know. He chuckled. Diego lay back on his bed. The room was gray and dark, filled with shadowy things. His bed looked barely used. The blinds were closed. I hated artificial light. I opened the windows, letting sunlight stream in and brighten the space. I walked along the walls, looking at the things he had collected over the years. Artifacts mixed with old comic books are preserved in plastic sleeves. I ran my fingers over an empty, rusted revolver that had gathered dust on the shelf. Where did you get this? I asked in awe. My father kept a time box since he was a kid, he said softly. Kendrick. No. Kendrick is my adoptive father. My biological father was Narciso Alvarez. He collected things that impacted his life and kept them in a wooden box. He always meant to bury it but kept putting it off. He died before he could. I sat beside him on the bed and looked into his sad brown eyes. He must have meant a lot to you, I said, my hand resting on his. He did. I looked up to him. But he got into some shady business, and it got him killed. Diego looked out the window and winced at the bright sun. What about the other stuff? I asked, nodding toward a dull dagger with Egyptian characters on the handle, a signed Elvis guitar, and a worn doll hanging by a thread. I collect things like my old man. eBay is great for finding wonderful old things. I like them, I whispered. No normal ears could have caught it, but Diego looked at me and smiled. I like you, he whispered back. I blushed. Chapter 11. Jackson Hale. I looked at Caden next to me and, throwing my phone beside me, I frowned. Spencer had just called me, talking weirdly. She started rambling on about coffee and how I know her. I think she was about to ask me out, but hung up before she could even say anything. I shouldn't have mentioned Diego. She seemed freaked that she was even talking to me while being with him. This means that she feels the pull as I can. She likes me. I think she really likes you, Caden says, and I groan. What did I say about listening to my conversations? I snap at him. Hey, he raised his hands in surrender. The moon goddess gave us super hearing for situations like this. First off, don't use moon goddess in the same sentence with profanity. You just did. He pointed out, and I growled at him, only making him smirk. Second, I sighed heavily. Situations like this? Making a human fall in love with you when you have a mate in the near future. But, and most importantly, you're falling in love with her. Caden looks at me as I pause. His face looks calm, but his eyes are full of worry. I couldn't help but beat myself up for lying to him. Caden, I have already fallen in love with her. I whisper, and he stares at me with the same look. Caden sighs and falls back onto my bed, looking up at my ceiling fan. I take this chance to lie next to him, looking at the same thing he is. Spencer is different from the others, I tell him. I could practically feel his eyes roll to the back of his head. Jackson Hale has never been in love with a girl, much less with a girl he's barely talked to. His raven black hair falls to the side of his temple. He looks at me with his deep brown eyes and smug lips. She's my mate, I admit. There was a pause of breaths with Caden. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring straight up ahead. How? I don't know, I honestly don't care at this point. Whatever she is or the bond between us is, I love her regardless. I told him. What does she smell like? He asked, and I frowned at him. I know the smell of a mate is sacred to a werewolf. Telling another would be so intimate and maybe even an act of betrayal. But, Jackson, I want to know if what you smell is the same as what I do. You found your mate? I exclaim, sitting up to look at him. He couldn't look at me, anything but me. I feel the pain he feels, hiding this from everyone, mostly me and Tori. The person he's mated to isn't someone the pack may be okay with. She smells like a birthday dessert. Every time I see her, especially when I'm around her, I can smell it so clearly. Our bond is stronger than love, stronger than when you feel the touch of someone so pure. It's hard to explain. Caden turns to his side, closing his eyes. She smells like the moist air after it rains. I've always liked that smell. My mom would take me and Tyler out to stomp through puddles. After Tyler died, my mom stopped taking me out. I think it hurt her too much to continue the tradition. So, I just stood out on the porch while it rained and waited for that smell to come in. Caden paused before looking me straight in the eyes. When I found her, he continued, I immediately smelled it. I found her years ago, she found me, but there was nothing we could do about it. It's wrong and I have to wait until it's right. Why is it wrong? I asked, confused. Because I could see his eyes water as the tears threatened to fall. I rested my hand on his. You can tell me I'm your best friend. And I am. I will always be there for him, no matter what. Because, Jackson, my mate is your little sister. It's Claire. I felt her skin under my lips and a cool shiver ran down her spine. I felt sparks as she ran her fingers through my hair. My chest gently grazed hers, and she grabbed my hair tighter. I kissed up her toned neck and on the sides of her jawline. My heart was beating harshly against my chest from pure excitement. My fingers lightly caressed her bare sides, earning a soft sound from her. Jackson, she whispered breathlessly in my ear. I love you. I gasped in pleasure. I love you too. I woke up from my sleep to see the darkness outside, only lit up by the moon. The light shone in my room, lighting up my bed. Caden lay still beside me under the covers. I looked at the back of his head, his dark hair messily everywhere. I couldn't help but think about all our nights together before. The junk food we consumed and the human TV shows we watched. Torai is by our side to explain every reference. I remember all the times he came crying to my house, falling into my arms. I'd stroke his hair and tell him that I'm always going to be here as he told me what happened. He used to let me stay over when the stress of my father was getting too much. He'd try to make me feel better by holding me in his arms and telling me that I make my own path. To do what I want, not what my dad expects me to do. There was an area in the woods where we'd go to shoot glass with a gun Tori bought. She's pretty badass like that. Torai would pay for human things and give the boy-looking ones to us. The gun was a gift from her. That place in the woods was the place all of us went to let off steam. I couldn't just give him up after all of that, just because he couldn't choose the person he is mated to, even if it is my little sister. Of course, I am angry and feeling betrayed, but I love them both too much to destroy this when I know how they feel. To love someone they can't have. Caden told me that he and Claire never touched, never kissed, never did anything. They both agreed that they should wait until she turns 18. Seeing as Caden is already 18 and Claire has 4 more years until she reaches that age, I feel like it's a good plan. If they decide to get together before that, then it's their choice. I can't do anything about it. I just hope they make the right decision. Sighing, I lay back down on my pillow and looked out the window on my side. Watching the stars shine, my mind drifts to how beautiful Spencer is. She's all that's on my mind. The longer we're not together, the more I think about her. The more I want her to the point where I might not be able to control myself. I think it's time for a run. Chapter 12. Spencer Murdoch. My feet hit the floor as the cool wind of the night rushed against my face. Trees passed me as I ran down the town trail. I couldn't sleep. Jackson was filling my mind with what could have been. I decided that maybe a run could clear it up, but it made it worse. Now I was thinking of ways that I can redeem myself from the awkward phone call. Diego and I wanted to break up the next time we were in school so that he could have a relationship with Jeff. I kept trying to tell him that no one at Clovis East would notice, but he said that Moon Crest Pack would. Curse of a small school. Now that we were not going to be together, I could try to court Jackson and perhaps convince him that he could save me from my broken heart so that he would hold me in his arms and tell me that I'm not alone. Press his lips against my forehead and look into my eyes. He would smile his kind smile that pulls me in. He would lean in and I stopped in the middle of the dirt trail and took a deep, well-needed breath, huffing as my chest pumped up and down. Bending over, I rested my hands on my knees and let my hair fall from my ponytail in front of my face. My lungs desperately clung to the cool night air I needed to get my breathing back to normal. In my mission to calm down, I spotted something in the corner of my eye. Something gray and furry, like a dog. I turned my head curiously toward the woods. I saw reddish-yellowish eyes, more yellow than red. At first, I was startled, but as the animal looked at me kindly, I soon became determined. "Hello." I called the dog, my tone soft and welcoming. It backed up hesitantly before stepping forward confidently, paws tiptoeing on the dirt. The animal left the shadows to reveal all of itself. It was a wolf dog. Its gray fur was long and clean, its teeth white, and its coat brushed. It didn't look wild. It looked like it was a house pet. "What's it doing in the woods?" I let out a small gasp, and its ears perked up as it heard me. It lifted its head suddenly and took a step backward. "Where are you from?" I asked, knowing that it couldn't answer. The wolf stepped forward as if it didn't hear or understand my question. It got dangerously closer, and I stopped for a second. It had the undeniable ability to hurt me, but for some reason, I didn't think it would. I glanced under for a quick second. Him, and he walked closer. I reached my fist out so he could sniff it. He understood, letting my hand rub on the top of his head. Immediately, I began to pet him as he stepped closer, and I grabbed his face with my hand like I would with a dog and kissed the tip of his nose. It was beyond dangerous, putting my face so close to his, but I felt this pull to do so. My limbs were unable to protest, craving the warmth of an animal. I couldn't stop myself. "Spencer." A deep, familiar voice called from behind me, and I jumped up surprised. Spinning around quickly to see Derek, Diego's older brother, standing there in a black jacket and black jeans. His blonde hair is the only thing that sticks out in the darkness of the night. "What are you doing here, Derek?" I asked, confused. The wolf growled from behind me. "Looking for you," he said nonchalantly. "And Jackson." "Jackson isn't here," I told him, looking around to prove my point. Nothing but the cool air and forest smell of the nearby woods. "Jackson could never stay away from you." A smirk played on his rosy lips. "He's here." I turned around to see, but there was no one in sight. I caught the wolf dog staring at me. "Come on, you're a smart girl, look at it." I clenched my eyebrows but looked at the wolf dog anyway. Look at him really well, look at how oddly familiar the wolf looks. Place its face. Looking deeper into his yellow eyes, I saw how much the wolf resembled someone familiar in a way. The shape of his eyes, the way his head tilted, the swagger in his walk. "Jackson," I whispered, my voice uncertain. Suddenly, I felt a harsh pull on my arm from behind me, and my back hit the front of someone's hard chest. "Shift, Jackson, she already knows." The wolf growled harshly at Derek, but stayed a small distance away. Nothing else happened. The wolf didn't magically appear as Jackson. He didn't approach us. The wolf just stayed where it was, its eyes narrowed at Derek threateningly. I felt soft lips graze against the crook of my neck, my hair on the other side. "If you don't do it, then I'll change her instead." Derek threatens with a slightly cocky tone. In place of the soft lips, I felt the tip of two sharp teeth on my neck. My heart beat in my ears, making the vein on my neck throb. I could feel Derek hold onto my arms tighter. I couldn't get out of this. His hold on me was way too strong. Stronger than a normal person. Questions swarmed around in my head as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The wolf in front of me stalked towards us, slowly shifting into something else. Someone else. His naked body stands in front of me, and my eyes glaze over his tan skin. His face morphs into Jackson's with his sharp jaw and hazel eyes. They looked into mine, and a shiver erupted throughout my body. I was in shock. There was no way this could be happening. "Let her go," Jackson growls in an animalistic way. I gulp as his eyes become threatening. I was beginning to feel scared of both of them. "Sure, but now you've got to explain this to her," Derek says behind me. He pushed me harshly into Jackson. His bare skin touches mine. I look up at him, terrified. "What is he?" He stared at me with a solemn face, and my heart broke at his worried look. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. I didn't understand what had just happened. I could guess, of course. I've watched movies, and I've seen chick flicks. He's a werewolf or a shifter. That's all I can guess. He's something different. Spencer. He whispered, "I'm so sorry." Chapter 13. Jackson Hale. I looked into Spencer's glossy hazel eyes as she stared, frightened, at me. She searched my face for any answers to what just happened before. I shift from my natural state to my human form, and Derek reveals himself as a vampire. The mythical monsters lurking in the shadows. It reminded me of the split between our two species and how little I know about humans. Looking away from Spencer, I searched for the tall, blonde boy, but he was nowhere to be seen. I let out a low growl at the images of what happened. Derek's grip around her waist and the dazed, scared look on her face. It made my blood boil. I wanted to chase the guy away for good. "He's gone," Spencer whispers, her hand on my chest. I look down at her damp face and smile lightly. My fingers run down her slick, straight ponytail and rest gently on her small waist. The fabric of her yoga pants rubs against my palms as she scoots closer to me. Our chests touched, and my arms were around her. The wolf within me courted the beautiful human with light, soft touches, and a protective embrace. Once I witnessed Derek and Spencer, I couldn't let her go tonight. Like now, we were so close to each other, I could fan my breath against her cheek just by whispering sweet nothings. "Spencer," I breathe restlessly. "Jackson," she asks slowly. I sigh and press my forehead against hers. "What's happening?" I decided, in the tense moment, I couldn't continue to lie to her. I respected Spencer too much to treat her like she was clueless. I'm a werewolf and Derek is a vampire. A vampire? She pulled away, shocked, her eyes widened, but still ever so curious. "He's Diego's brother. How?" Spencer's eyes begged me for the answer. "I don't understand, Jackson. Diego is one too. His whole family is." I explain. I couldn't really talk about it all right now. Speaking this out in the open of the human town is against the rules, especially speaking to Spencer about it. But I didn't even know how I got from my house to here. I just felt like I had to. Like everything in my body was pulling me to see her. And I did it without thinking. What? She was in disbelief. I can't have her going home alone and potentially telling the world what she just saw. Do I trust her? "I need you to come to my house and we can talk about it with my family," I tell her, but she instantly tenses. "No, I want you to tell me alone. We'll go back to my house. My dad's not home tonight," she says. I grin at her suggestion. She really wants to know, not run away, but know what's going on. "Okay, it's up to you," I say. She grabs my hand from behind her and squeezes it. "My house is only a few blocks away. We can walk, but you need to take my jacket," she says, making me suddenly aware that I'm completely naked. My face reddens in embarrassment, and Spencer chuckles. She backs away from me while maneuvering her way out of her jogging jacket. Spencer hands it to me, and I wrap the jacket's arms around my waist, allowing the body of the jacket to cover my lower half. I see her bite the bottom of her lip as her eyes roam my body. I smirk at her, and she meets my eyes. She doesn't get embarrassed, but instead smirks back. "You like what you see?" I ask cuckily. Spencer smiles widely. "Yes," she whispers under her breath. No shame in sight. Spencer guides me out of the trail with our hands still linked. I felt the cool of her fingers wrapped around my hand, and I shivered as a result. I was excited to enter her house, but scared by what I'd be telling her. Spencer opened the front of her massive house and stepped inside. Immediately, I heard loud barking erupt in the hall, and a familiar dog ran up to us. Well, to me. He stood firmly in front of Spencer and snarled at me. Is this how I looked when Derek came? August. Ruhig. Spencer yelled in a stern voice. The dog obeyed and sat down with a whimper. Does he act like that because you're what you are? Yeah, I breathe. It happens a lot. Oh, she pauses before pointing down the hall. My room is down there on the left. I'm going to take Augie out for a minute. I nodded awkwardly and slowly made my way down the hall. Spencer took Augie with her and out to the unknown. I entered her room and looked around. There wasn't much to it. The walls were pretty empty, and everything was organized perfectly. Under her window was a beige desk against white walls. Centered at the wall was her bed, neatly made, and her nightstands with a few stacked cup holders. Her closet door was ajar, revealing a small portion of her large clothing collection. I ran my fingers along the wall and chuckled as it hit nothing. No posters or picture frames. No words of encouragement or whiteboards to doodle on. She has nothing on her walls to show that she was an average teenage girl. Everything looked so bare that if I didn't know any better, I'd say no one lived in here. Jackson. I hear Spencer's small voice call. I turn around to see her with a small, kind smile, looking at me like I'm all she ever wants to see again. She walked into the room, and her focus stayed on me. Your room looks empty, I tell her, and she looks around like she's seeing it for the first time. It's only a room. I sleep in here and go on with my day. She explains and walks further inside the room. It wasn't hard to realize that Spencer was a different type of person. The type only exists because of bad experiences and haunting memories. No pictures. No friends. She says. No family. What about your dad? I ask, and she looks at me sadly. Something I never want to see on her face again. He's complicated. I love him, but my life has been complicated because of him. Because of my mom. She whispers. I'm sorry. And I am. Sorry in more ways than one. And what about your mom? This time, she looked at me with a small, compassionate smile. She then turned her head away from me, and I stared at her side profile as she studied the bare white wall of her bedroom. My mother was the most beautiful person I have ever seen. I am not even exaggerating. Spencer's attention turned back to me again. She was so kind and caring, always trying to help out the people she cared deeply about. And she was strong and stubborn, and always driving my dad crazy, but he loved her. He loved her like Prince Charming to Cinderella. I smiled at her, but she didn't seem finished. I can tell you loved her very much, I responded comfortingly. When she died, my dad got strict and paranoid. He started to become extremely overprotective of me, and that is how I got into boxing. He was one himself before he met my mother, and he wanted to make sure I knew how to protect myself. The room fell silent, the air conditioning breezing by my bare skin. So, your story? She asks, taking the attention off her, and I smile. The way she looked at me made my heart beat faster than ever. I grab her hand and pull her close to me. Her own hand hits my chest as a barrier between us. She looks up into my eyes and gapes open her mouth in astonishment. Your eyes, she whispers gently. They're yellow. Because I'm a werewolf, I whisper back, and she shivers under my breath. And your family? Yes, and others. I smile and push a piece of her hair behind her ear. Most of us. A lot are other kinds of creatures. Like Derek. She mumbles. The name sends a jolt of anger down my spine. I held it back as much as I could. And his family. Diego? Including Diego, I tell her. I almost forgot that they were together, but it quickly left my mind. It was insignificant to me at this moment. Tell me everything. Chapter 14. Spencer Murdoch. All of the stories I heard when I was a kid zipped to the front of my mind. Dracula and werewolves, sea creatures, and avian humans, all of these themed stories run through my head as Jackson answered my questions. They are real. They are different from my childhood, but they exist nonetheless. And the boy who sat on my bed, naked, was one of them. He was also the boy I had come to really like. I sighed out of my thoughts. Want some clothes? I asked him. He looked down at his nudity and looked up in embarrassment. That'd be great, he whispers gruffly. His hair drops over his eyes untamed, and his lips are plump, probably from biting them nervously. I walked to my closet, rummaging through my favorite loungewear. I pulled out some dark, baggy sweats for men and looked through the t-shirts. I threw out some items, looking meticulously through all of my shirts. In the end, I sighed in defeat. Turning back to Jackson shamefully, I relay my findings. Here are some men's sweatpants, but I don't have any t-shirts for you. Mine are too small and my dad doesn't own any here. Unless you want to sleep in a button-up, you're going to have to go to bed shirtless. I tell him, go to bed? He asks curiously, his eyebrow quirked up, but a part of me feels his faux ignorance. You're not planning on going home in the middle of the night, are you? I ask, careful not sound like another bossy woman. No, Jackson grabs the pants from me and slips them on under the jacket wrapped around his waist. He set the jacket on my bed and smiled at me. So, what does alpha mean? I asked. I thought it to be a peculiar subject. I'd heard of it prior to Jackson telling me he is one, but it seemed that my idea of it may be different from the truth. It means, well, he chuckled like he didn't think he'd have to explain this one day. It means I'd be like a king to my pack. Everyone in Dimsvale would be under my rule. It's my kingdom in a way. He explained carefully, and I smirked at him. Jackson looked at me oddly as I inched closer. King Jackson. I try it on my lips. Sounds sexy. I straddle his lap while his legs strongly hold me. My bed dips with my added weight. Except that it's Alpha Jackson. He mumbles as his eyes glance down from my eyes to my lips and back. His arms wrap around my small waist, pulling me closer to him. Our bodies are inches apart, and my arms rest carelessly on his shoulders. Now, that's even hotter. I grin widely, almost unable to hold back a playful chuckle. He searches my eyes with an amused look on his face. Jackson licks his lips, making them glossy and tempting. As if he were reading my thoughts, I felt his lips press into mine hungrily. I lean into the passionate kiss, fluttering my eyes closed. His lips craved all kinds of things only I could provide. This was something I could get lost in and never come back. The touch of his fingers gliding up the skin of my back, stopping at the edge of my sports bra. Our bodies being so close, but not completely touching creates this wanting tension between us. I run my fingers through the back of his hair and softly yank, slightly pulling his head back. As he moans, vibrating on my lips, I readjust higher so I'm leaning my head over his. My knees dig into the bed on both sides of him. Coming back to reality, I press my hands on his bare chest and push away. My eyes stay closed as I breathe in more air. My chest huffs and puffs. Jackson's forehead pressed up against mine, making my eyes flutter open. His deep hazel ones look back at me with a hint of yellow. That was, I mumble, but I couldn't finish my breathless sentence. Feeling tired out of nowhere, my day was productive and surprising. So much information to process, it was like I was stuck in this state of shock. I couldn't get these questions out of my head, but being tired and here with Jackson muffled them enough. Hot, Jackson whispered. And it really was. It was so different from all the other times I've kissed a boy. He was different. Unlike anything I've ever experienced. I finished my sentence with a mumble. Was that because? I didn't know what to say. Because we are soulmates. He answers the racing questions in my head. I chuckled at him and leaned back, getting a good look at the clock on my nightstand. We should go to bed, I tell him. The same bed? A smirk plastered on his tired face. Why not? I shrugged, then a weird thought came to my head. Do werewolves sleep? Jackson smiled. Probably more than humans. What about vampires? Not so much. They are night people, but they can sleep and most do. He explains and I nod. So much more research I wanted to do, but my body was already heavy with sleep. I need to shower. I'm sweaty and I stink. My eyelids are heavy. I don't want to smell when I'm with this gorgeous boy. I don't care, Spencer. You're tired. Just go to sleep. I think I can handle your sweat. Jackson wants to laugh, I can tell, but he doesn't, and I just nod my head, agreeing with him. Restlessly, I crawl under my covers and snuggle up to my pillow. Jackson follows my lead hesitantly, like he knows he can't control himself. I grab his hand to let him know that losing control is a worry for both of us, but I don't care. So there we are, lying on the pillows watching each other. My face is close to his. I could hear his nervous breathing, and he could see the pink blush along my face. There was nothing else I could do but kiss him. I missed his soft lips so much. Immediately, Jackson kissed me back slowly this time, trying to preserve every bit of the moment we have together. I felt excited, treated gently, and loved all at the same time. He did no premature trick like flicking my lip with his tongue or forcing it down my throat. It was thought out and simple, but filled with so much love that I didn't think it was possible. And then it was over. I smiled as my nose gently rested against his. Both of our breathing was heavy but still steady. I felt Jackson cup the side of my cheek and give me a little peck on my nose. As a return, I pecked his lips and pulled back. "Good night," he whispered as my eyes fell heavy. I whispered it back and then let the tiredness take over. My eyes opened exhausted, and the sunlight shot through my room, blinding me for a good second. Groaning, I roll over and reach to the other side of my bed. I let my arms stretch over the emptiness. Something struck me. It wasn't supposed to be empty. I remember Jackson staying the night last night. My heart was crushed by the thought that he left me. Sighing and trying to get over it, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and stood up. I stretched while standing for a moment and yawned. My legs stumbled to the mirror, and I studied myself. My makeup was still on and barely intact, and mascara smudged under my eyes. My eyes felt crusty, and my hair felt greasy. Thank God Jackson wasn't here to see this mess. As a solution, I decided to take a shower, finally, transferring from my jogging outfit to a black dress and white socks. I threw my long hair into a thick bun and would finish getting ready later. The smell of breakfast hit my nose as I walked down the hall to the kitchen. "Dad," I called, and he usually never makes breakfast. I walked into the kitchen to see an unusual sight. Jackson, still shirtless, made breakfast while my father sat in the island chair with a newspaper in his hand and wearing his black suit. "Morning," Jackson said once he saw me. My dad looked up from his newspaper and smiled. "Hey, darling," he says with a small accent stuck to his voice. I guess you met Jackson," I mumbled, embarrassed and a bit worried about the man who had never met any of the boys I liked. The lovely kid said he spent the night. My eyes widened a bit as I paled a bit. Chapter 15. Jackson Hale. Opening my eyes to Spencer was the most memorable experience I have ever had. This had been the first time I woke up next to her. To the love of my life and the woman who would eventually mother my children. Her flawless skin, free of blemishes, was glowing a soft blue as the dawn light graced her sleeping face. Her chestnut hair spread around carelessly, her long lashes resting on the apples of her cheeks, and her tan skin lay bare. All of it seemed perfect to me. Like a finished masterpiece, only I could see, and others would envy. I tore my eyes away from Spencer's sleeping figure, forcing myself to get up from the bed and use the restroom. Looking into the mirror as I washed my hands, I could see a bit of yellow in my eyes. Closing them, I tried to calm down my wolf, letting the warm water hit my soapy hands. All night, he had been pushing me toward her, overwhelming me with his desire to claim her. Sometimes, I was scared that I would give in one day. Opening my eyes, before me was my own tan face. My auburn hair was unkempt, and there was still crust in my ducts, but I looked healthily rested. I felt a bit rejuvenated after sleeping with my mate and calming down my wild wolf. Tearing my attention away, I walked out of the bathroom and went out to the hall. I wanted to make breakfast for Spencer and me, and maybe go over what we would do next with my family. I walked into the kitchen to spot a tall man in a neatly pressed suit. It was raven black and pristine. His tie color was coral blue, a tie meant for business, against a white collared shirt. His dark hair was slicked back. I almost mistook him for a vampire councilman. He was pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee. I deduced that this was Spencer's father. "Good morning, Mr. Murdoch." I insert myself into his morning routine. Her father turns to look at me, his eyes narrowed and judging. I suddenly felt aware of my lack of a shirt, but remembered that there wasn't one available to me. This didn't allow me to earn any brownie points with him. "Good morning, young man." His voice was gruff, almost gravelly, and had a small fading accent. Her father offered his hand out to shake, forcing me to walk closer to him in the kitchen by the table. I take his hand firmly into mine. "Jackson Hale." Introducing myself respectfully. "Nicholas, but you can call me Nick." Satisfied with the handshake, he let go, and I let my hand drop to my side. It was awkward. I was just about to make breakfast. I announced, expecting a response, but only got a head nod in return. Do you want anything specific? I asked him, but he shook his head silently. A man of few words, it seems. I opened a few drawers, grabbing what I needed from what I saw, still being cautious of the surprisingly calm father watching me. Letting the pan sit on the stove, I caught his stare for a moment, seeing him smirk devilishly. I sprayed Pam on the surface, trying to ignore the burning of his intense eyes on the side of my face. Finally, giving in, I turned to him. Is there anything you need, sir? I asked as carefully as I could, stitching the words together to avoid angering him. The smirk still stayed plastered on his lips, a businessman who knew your secret. My daughter has never brought a boy home before. Nick stepped forward, a cup of coffee in one hand and the newspaper under the same arm. He was inches away, and if I didn't know any better, my wolf would say he was challenging me. But I knew better. I knew he was only human. But the idea that my wolf even saw Nicholas Murdoch as a challenge still stuck with me. Well, I spent the night, I responded. His eyes widened a bit, and my heart began to race. I got into a fight with my dad, and she let me stay the night. I am going back today. I promise, almost made it. Nick just hummed, sitting at the island table on the stool chairs. He set his coffee on the table and opened the newspaper to read. This let me continue making breakfast. Dad, a familiar feminine voice calls. My head shoots up towards the kitchen entrance, waiting for my mate to come through. I missed her voice, and I wanted to see her gorgeous face once again. Spencer mindlessly walks in, her wet hair contained on the top of her head, and she wears a black dress. She almost reminded me of her father, especially with the way she pushed her shoulders back and stood up straight when her eyes landed on Nick. Morning, I call out weakly, already feeling the tension from Nicholas. Hey, darlin' Dot. He smiles happily at his daughter, no trace of bother anywhere in his expression. Spencer stepped forward towards her father. I guess you've met Jackson, I mumbled. The lovely kid said he spent the night. Her eyes widen. Father, I'm sorry. I should have asked. I finished breakfast, trying hard not to eavesdrop. Yes, you should have, but I am not upset. Nick smiled at his daughter. I have never once met one of your friends. This is the first time, so I'll let it pass. Spencer looked at me, surprised as if she didn't expect Nick to say these things. Her father turns to me, a dark fake smile on his face. His eyes were dull and serious as he stared directly at me. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Jackson. The loud pronunciation of my name startled me. I am going to say this simply and quickly because I just don't have the time for this. He stood from his seat, setting the paper on the counter, and fixed the cuff of his sleeves. If you are ever the cause of her pain, I will hunt you down, drag you into the middle of the street in front of your friends, family, and community, and I will light you up into burning, charring flames. I will not hesitate, and I will not feel any regrets. I could say that I had a hard time believing him, considering the number of wolves ready to die for the Alpha family, but then I would be lying. I believed the man. I should be able to bring this human down with one arm tied behind my back, but I didn't want to try. I have no bad blood with you yet. Keep it that way, son. He reached over a bit and let the palm of his left hand harshly slam into my shoulder. He gripped it tightly before letting go and turning to Spencer. She watched him threaten me, no fear or worry presented in her expression. She could have trusted her father, or she knew I was capable of taking care of myself. Either way, Nick announced he needed to leave for work, kissed Spencer's forehead, and left the kitchen. We stared at each other in disbelief that just happened. My first time meeting her father. A grin cracked in her shocked expression. Soon, both of us burst out laughing. All the nerves rolled off as we laughed it away. Coming to a teary end, Spencer looked from the food to me, making me laugh a bit more. Breakfast? I offered, calming down. Yes, I'm starving, thanks. I don't want you getting mad, I mumbled, making Tori frown at me. Why would I? What did you do? She asked suspiciously. Caden looked at me, and then quickly looked away, trying not to be pulled into the conversation. Well, I found my mate. I blurted, but not as fast as I had hoped. That's amazing. Why would I get mad? Victoria looked at us confused. I avoided my male best friend's eyes. Okay, well, I told Caden before I told you. I admitted as quickly as I could. You told him before telling me? Tori yelled. You found your soulmate and told him before me? Tori, I went to cover her mouth, but she hit my hand away. I'm sorry, it's a weird topic and I didn't really plan on telling Caden. It just happened. Fine, whatever. She shook her head, giving in to a battle that was a lost cause. Who's the girl? Tori mumbled. Spencer Murdoch. The human. She asked, her eyebrows clenched in confusion, and her eyes lit up with pure curiosity. I nodded my head in confirmation. How? I mean, humans and werewolves haven't been mated since the Dark Ages. The what? Caden questioned, leaning forward. Humans were once mated to our kind before? I asked. Why haven't I heard about this before? I'm the future alpha for goodness sake. I know everything about our pack's history. Well, yeah, if you listened in history once in your life, then you would know. She grumbled, swaying her hair out of the way and resting her hand on her hips condescendingly. Way back then, it was common for werewolves to be mated to humans. It soon became a little too common. When the humans gained control over the pack as Lunas, they forced the alpha to do really bad things. Of course, the mate bond was too strong for the alphas to do anything about it. The pack ended up fighting the humans' wars, and a lot of them died. The moon goddess apparently didn't like that her children were being slaughtered for greed and vengeance, so she stopped pairing them up. After that, being mated with other supernatural beings became more common than being mated to humans, and then it just didn't exist at all. She believed that if the humans ever gained that kind of power again, it would kill every species in the world. Then why pair me and Spencer? I asked, mainly to myself, but Tori answered with her own theory. Maybe the moon goddess wanted to test the waters. Find the perfect human to pair up with the perfect alpha to see if this could work again. She suggested. Eagerness swarmed in her eyes. Tori was like this when she was gaining new information. A determined woman. I don't necessarily know if humans changed much since then. There's still war and greed and violence. Caden responded. No more than us. We still hunt and fight other packs' wars. We destroy anyone in our path who is against us. We are no better than humans. We just have an extra spark than they do. Tori shrugs to herself, her long hair resting on one side of her shoulders, bouncing as she speaks enthusiastically. Spencer being our Luna may not be that bad if the moon goddess has a plan. I thought to myself, maybe we should just trust the moon goddess. Tori makes a really valid point. If it was going to cause trouble, then we wouldn't have been paired together. I am also too attached to Spencer just to give this up. I may even offer to give up the pack for her. After telling Spencer about us and her position in all of this, that may not happen. I feel like Spencer took it very well. She seems like she cares about me more than my culture. In fact, if I'm being honest, I may be more scared about this whole situation than she is. I know nothing about what will happen with the mate bond. It's different from when werewolves are mated with their own kind to when they are mated to other creatures, so human mates should also be different. Something we haven't experienced in thousands of years. Now that she knows, we both have to go through this for the first time together. Chapter 16. Spencer Murdoch. I walked into the cafe for a shift. I haven't gotten to work for a while. Jeff is usually in charge of creating the schedule, but for some reason, my name hasn't been showing up. Finally, I got a personal text from him saying that I should come in today. I assumed it was for work, but when I walked in, the only person I saw was Diego. He sat by the window, looking out and sipping on some warm coffee. Hesitantly, I walked toward him with held breath. He's supposed to be dangerous, a vampire, someone who can kill me in an instant. But from the time I spent with him, he didn't give me the vibe that he wanted to hurt me. More than that, he was excited to be my friend and maybe happy that it bothered Jackson. His brother, on the other hand, well, that's a different story. Diego, I mutter, my head hung low and skeptical. He looks at me and smiles as he takes a sip of his coffee before ushering me to sit in front of him. On the side of the cup was his name written in my best friend's handwriting with a heart at the end of it. Spencer, he replies, his voice hoarse and soft. I take a seat and watch as his perfect Spanish features go from worry to guilt. My brother told me about what he did. Diego paused. I'm so sorry. I just looked at him. I didn't know what to say. His eyebrows pierced together, and his eyes held a bit of pain. All I knew was that I was not mad at him. Scared? Maybe. But I understand why he kept it from me. I understand why all of them kept this secret from me. I am sorry for lying to you, for what he did and how he did it. I understand if you don't want to be friends anymore. I just wanted to tell you that. He finished, satisfied with his determination. I looked around the room and sighed. Where's Jeff? I asked curiously. Diego looked at me with a little hint of hurt in his eyes. Sighing, he spoke. He's fine. I didn't hurt him. He left a few minutes before you showed up. He told me. No, it's not that I'm afraid. He texted me to come in, so I assumed he'd be here. I explained. I told him to text you. I needed to talk about everything. Diego looked around before leaning to whisper lowly. Whatever you need me to do to fix all of this, I'll do it. I didn't know until Derek told me what he did, but I need you. You're my only friend, and I care about you so much. My heart broke at Diego's words once I saw how scared he was to lose me. Of course, in the last few weeks of knowing him, I built a bond that I didn't even want to tear down. Pretending to date each other, going out into town and laughing together. Creating memories of good moments I didn't want to lose either. I'm not mad. I need you too. I'm just really surprised. I have a lot of questions. Jackson talked to me about his side of things, but I know that you're quite different from him. I didn't even want to mention the words werewolf or vampire because of how public we are. I'll answer any questions you have honestly. A word that I wanted to hear from him. I want him to be completely honest with me, so I give him a small smile before playing with the base of his coffee cup. I trail my fingers on the ink of Diego's name in Jeff's clean handwriting. Does Jeff know? I ask curiously. Diego shakes his head as an answer. Are you going to tell him? Diego sighs and runs his tan hands through his thick, brown, curly hair and rests them there for a second in thought. I could see that he's been thinking about this a lot and how much he cares for my friend. His light eyes give a sense of guilt that is no doubt eating him up. Eventually, he finally says, I really want to tell him. I hate that I lie to him, but the rules are clear. If I tell him, I could royally mess everything up. Derek told me, or showed me. Students aren't allowed. Adults haven't really been addressed. We haven't left Dimsvale in decades to know what exactly to do. Jackson could be in trouble for even talking about it with you. My eyes widen at his words. What would they do? I stutter out my worrying question. Relax, he's the alpha son and you're his mate. As long as you don't tell anyone else, he should be fine. He tells me. How did you know? When did you? At the rally. Diego smiled softly at me. When I kissed you, I saw how you reacted and how he did, Diego explained. I assume you didn't know then, but now you do. Basically. Then a question popped into my mind. Something I've kind of wanted to know since I found out about what Diego and his family are. How old are you? Diego chuckled. I've been 18 for 200 years. I gasped. You're 200 years old. It came out as a whisper shout. 218. He smirked at me. How about your family? I asked. My sister and I are closer to the same age. Danelle is closer to 500 years old and Kendrick is 363. Derek is closer to Kendrick's age as he is 312. Diego said all of this like it was normal to be telling me that they're older by centuries. If you guys are that old, then why are you all a family? Inquisitiveness filled my voice as thoughts swarmed around once again. That's a long story. He warned. I want to know, I assure him. I just want to understand the world of Diego and Jackson. They are 2 out of the only 4 people I actually care about. Okay, he took a breath, ready to relay some information to me. After 2 centuries of being a vampire, Danelle found the love of her life. At the time, Kendrick was human and stupid. He fell in love with her but stopped at nothing to protect her. Danelle could protect herself from the humans hunting her, but she was worried that Kendrick would be too brave and get himself killed. So, she turned him. They spent almost 6 decades madly in love, and then they came across Derek, who had, then, recently been changed after losing his wife. Derek didn't know how to control his hunger, so they took him under their wing and helped. He finished, but he didn't even touch the subject of him and his sister. Well, what about you? How did you change, and your sister? How did they find you? I bombarded him with all these questions. I just want to know. That's a little sad. He says quietly. I'd like to know, but if you don't want to tell me yet, then that's perfectly fine, I told him. Diego looked at me with a tense expression as the memories came to him. I grew up as a field worker. I picked grapes for wine and sold them around. Until I was 12, my father and I had the best relationship I could ever ask for. He loved my sister and me dearly, but after my mom died, we needed to survive. I didn't want him to keep worrying about taking care of me, so I ran. I went and worked and willingly sold myself to farmers. When I turned 18, I felt like I had enough to come back and make my father proud. Turns out that my father got so depressed from my mother's death and my leaving that he killed himself. He left my little sister alone for years, and she turned to prostitution. I tried to get her off of the job and work with me out in the fields, but at that time it wasn't common for women to work like that. And being foreign didn't help either of us out either. I was walking home to our house after working and was jumped. I held his hand in mine as he paused in his story. She was this beautiful girl who could get any man she wanted. But when I didn't want her, that night, she got mad. She couldn't seduce me, even being the creature she was. The woman didn't realize that she wasn't the right gender for me to even become interested. So instead of killing me out of anger, she turned me. I still don't know why. I didn't see her after that. But I spent 2 years trying to fight off the urge to drain my little sister, my friends, and my lover at the time. It was so hard that I started to push everyone away. Camilla was the worst pushed. She went further and further into the world of hooking and drinking until she couldn't be pulled out anymore. One night, she had a customer who went too far. He harmed her badly, but she took it. She let the bastard walk all over her. He told his friends about how docile, and they attacked her outside the tavern she worked. They beat her and hurt her badly. His voice cracked, revealing his feelings for just a second, and he paused for another second. She was going to die. I found her and I knew that she was going to die. So I made her into one of me. Diego looked sadly down at his coffee, and I squeezed his hand. What did you guys do after? We left, and a couple of years later we ran into Danelle and Kendrick. They took us in, they saved us. Derek immediately took in Camilla as a sister. He protected her and took care of her. He didn't really favor me. He didn't like to be around me or talk to me. When he was forced to be in my presence, he would glare at me and never take his eyes off me like I was going to destroy everything around me. Well, why did he do that? I asked. I don't know, honestly. He was heartbroken about a girl for a long time. It was annoying, but there was nothing I could say that would fix it. He just didn't like another guy, besides Kendrick, in the family, I guess. Diego looked down at his hands. I decided that it was enough reminiscing for today. I didn't want to bring up more bad memories just because he feels guilty for not telling me. His past is his alone. If he trusts me, then I will listen, but it's not my business to pry. The rest of the conversation consisted of Jeff, Jackson, and some small talk. Chapter 17. Jackson Hale. Walking side by side with Victoria, who is blubbering on about what it's like in a human school, I glance at all of the open shops ready for humans to spend their money on clothes that eventually become out of style. But Tori insisted that humans value art and fashion. They choose to wear what they want, not because it's functional, but because they appreciate the look. While werewolves aren't completely blind to looking presentable, it isn't an everyday worry we have for our own little society. We focus more on the functionality of our wear than on how it looks on us. And so there's this kid in my class who nonstop talks. All day. I have 3 classes with that annoying kid. 3. Tori looks at me, eyes widened, and a huge, amused smile plays on her lips. He is obsessed with wolves. If he's not wearing some cartoon shirt, he's wearing a wolf. Well, to them, wolves are just canines. I shrug. Did you know they bred them to make dogs that serve mankind? The human internet is such a wonderful tool. At the Pack, we rarely use our phones. Having a mind link has never been thought of as a superpower, but humans are always bored, and it really shows. Of course, I knew. You were speaking to the human expert here. Tori chuckles, not giggles. No, she would never. I spot a clothing shop with dark minimal wear, and it catches my attention. I wonder if they would have bred us had they kept us public. Leading a distracted human lover to the shop, we enter. A small welcome came from a busy employee. No, they wouldn't. They'd just call us a servant of the devil and hang us. This part of human history always rubbed Victoria the wrong way. She loved humans, but their cruelty to the unknown was her least favorite part. Imagine if they encountered a demon. They're the least safe species among humans. I almost laugh. In my experience, demons are mouthy creatures with no filter and a high drive for trouble. They trick and manipulate. It's in their nature. But that doesn't make all of them bad people. I have known many righteous demons with a good head on their shoulders. Tori stops me. We're standing next to a wall of shoes and a rack of shirts. Her eyes reach mine. They are serious and worried. We need to be careful, Jackson. She looks around, and the store is almost empty. Your dad is right. Humans can be dangerous. We can't tell anyone about us. Even telling our future Luna was risky. Luna. That would be Spencer's title. I know. I wouldn't reveal this kind of thing to a human if I didn't 100% trust her. Sighing from stress, once I have graduated from college, I will be instated as Alpha. My first act will be to discuss a peace treaty between humans and us. Tori crosses her arms against her chest. Her short stature wasn't intimidating, but her face was. How are you going to do that? Her voice was low and whispering. We have to start with the hunters. They're the humans that want us dead. I murmured, looking through the shirts on the rack next to us. If the whole world knows, there could be chaos. Look at the internet. They're attacking themselves because of differences of opinion. Imagine what they'd do if they found out there's a secret world beneath their noses. There's a reason why we separated our world, Jackson. Humans are selfish creatures who care more about how they feel than the safety of their fellow humans. Her voice, as if supporting human and werewolf relationships, was out of the question. I felt bitter. My mate was one of those humans she was just berating. Spencer is far from selfish. My own alpha ego rose to my chest in resentment toward my best friend. I could almost feel my wolf forcing his way to the surface. Victoria, I warned sternly. Her eyes widened at my tone. She took a hesitant step back from her future alpha and watched my mannerisms closely as I continued. You are naive to think that everything will come to you easily. I know what the risks are, and I am fully aware of how hard it will be to achieve this. I am not foolish to underestimate the difficulty or to trust that humans will act maturely and respectfully. I am not calling you foolish, Alpha. I want to protect you and the pack. Are humans worth the risk to their safety? Tori looked at me with the hope that I would understand where she was coming from. I do. I understand why she's worried. If we sit and stay obediently in our corner, hiding from the majority of the population and remain disconnected from their world, then there's no hope for peace between anyone regardless of what you are. We are not at war with the human race. We are battling scared human hunters. A niche category of people that is not even 1% of the human population. We should not group the wrong actions of bad people to the entire race as they do us. What makes us better than them? Running my hands through my hair and watching more people waltz in, I lower the volume of my voice. We will break the cycle and we will suffer so that future generations don't have to. Tori simply nods in understanding. Her hand finds its way into mine and she squeezes tightly. The look in her dark eyes says she's willing to stand by Caden and me. I knew from the moment I met her that she'd be a great warrior, and with the work she has done to train the youth in troubled wolves, I was proud of her. My beta and my lead warrior were the people I trusted to lead the pack if something were to happen to me. I would trust them with my heir and with their Luna. Both of us move on from the conversation and start actually shopping for new clothing. Usually, we'd find our clothing back in Dimsvale, but the small town had a total of 3 clothing shops and 1 thrift store. Growing up, every townsfolk, even the rival species, shopped at all of them, and we knew which item was not made for aesthetics. Humans simply have better selections. How is Kate? I asked as we walked out with bags in our hands. Tori purchased a handbag, new jeans, and a collection of bracelets and rings. I, however, only found a nice, unique shirt and a new wallet. Victoria looked up at me. She's a fine. From what I could tell. I cocked my eyebrow, unable to believe Kate was completely fine without her mate. I catch her staring at me all the time. She stops herself from talking to me. She glares at anyone even remotely close to me. Every chance she gets, she stays in my area. I can't go anywhere without her around. Even when she's not physically there, she's always on my mind. Her eyes fall to her shoes. It was odd to see Tori so little. She's a small girl, but she's fierce and tough when it comes to Kate. That all seems to go away. Well, she wants to be your mate, but she doesn't want to upset you. She probably doesn't want to scare you off. I want to tell her more. I want to jam it into her head that she needs to either reject Kate or accept her. This limbo is doing nothing for both of them. Be gay with her. That is all I could say. It made her laugh. I will. I think I'm ready. Her smile is still on her face as she thinks about it. But I have a lot to make up for. I know I have every right to ask for time to process this, but I hurt her and I need to prove how sorry I am for that. I am rooting for you too. And so is Kaden. As her alpha, I am proud of her. As her best friend, I respect her. And as her brother, I am always on her side, supporting whatever she decides. That idiotic beta just wants to see some girl-on-girl action. I laugh at her statement only because it is very true. Later, we meet up with Kaden, and immediately, my 2 best friends start bickering with each other. Hidden smiles on their faces as they enjoy arguing back and forth. Trying to pull me into pick sides, but I don't, which makes them argue harder. I am laughing the entire time. After a long weekend, it was finally school. Honestly, even though I despise school, I missed all the friends and the attention I get. I miss seeing Spencer every day. I just saw her Saturday, and I still want to see her beautiful smile that always made my stomach erupt in butterflies. Her touch on my skin, I could still feel the soft imprint of her lips on mine. The wide buildings filled with groggy students and teachers prepared to deal with Monday kids. At the front of the student parking lot were the 2 people I have trusted since childhood. Tori stood there, excited for the coming announcement that she so annoyingly texted Kaden and me last night. Her long hair wasn't in a ponytail for the first time in a while, but instead hung long and straight and loosely over her shoulders. Kaden had his arm, thick with muscle, over her shoulder, slightly playing with the strands of her forbidden hair. I was surprised, to say the least. Tori never let anyone touch her precious locks. This information must be important enough to make her disregard her basic instinct. Is this a regular thing? I asked, motioning to Kaden's arm. Tori clenched her eyebrows in confusion and followed my gaze to our beta. Soon, her brown eyes darkened even more. Seeing Tori's bland, scary eyes reminded me of the crystal blue ones that never seemed to let me down. Dude, get off me, Tori demanded upon realization of what she allowed. Kaden yanked his arm from her and shot me a nasty but playful glare. So, what's the announcement? I asked curiously as we began to walk deeper into the school campus. Well, hold on to your hats because this one is a doozy. She joked, making me roll my eyes. I asked her to the back-to-school dance. Her as in the love of my life. As in the one and only Kate. She finished. No way. Kaden whispered and screamed. He was a little too excited. Yes, way. I finally talked to her and we both agreed to try it out. To take everything slowly. Tori explained with a big smile on her gorgeous face. That's great, he exclaimed. I smiled widely. Now, we all have our mates, I commented, but Tori just looked at me weirdly. Kaden doesn't, she says. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. I lied. Jesus Christ, you're a terrible liar, Caden grumbled. Tell me everything. Torai exclaimed angrily. She was probably pissed that there was a secret kept from her again. Later, I promise, Caden says. You better, Tori growls while flipping her brown hair over her shoulder. I walked off the campus and to my car after a long day at this human school. It's been a while to get used to it. I'm barely starting to, but it's worth it if I can see Spencer. She wasn't here today. A classmate said she wasn't feeling well, so I called her. She had told me that she needed to talk to her dad about something important and that she would explain later tonight over dinner. Though I met her father that one fun morning, I was going to meet him properly tonight. I honestly don't know if that means we're dating, but I don't care. She wants me in her life, and that means the world to me. You look deep in thought. I heard a familiar, annoying voice comment. I turned my head to see Diego leaning against a pole with his arms tucked in each other on his chest. His dark hair barely covered his Spanish face, and his hazel eyes were filled with pure amusement. You'd better get out of here before I rip your throat out. I threatened with my keys tightly in my hand. I didn't want to see his face. Spencer was mine now, and Diego was just going to have to accept that or get lost. Is that what you say to all your friends? He mocks me. We aren't friends. Your brother made sure of that, I growled, and his smirk fell into a tight frown. You and I both know that he is nowhere close to being my brother. The guy hates my guts. We have to put up with each other because of the rest of the family. His eyes narrow at me threateningly. His sly demeanor left without a trace. He threatened Spencer. Did she tell you that? Your brother was so close to hurting her while I watched. So forget you and forget your family. His entire face fell as he came to a realization. The next second, he was filled with so much anger that I thought he was going to attack me for a moment. Derek is a dead man. He hissed. I didn't know about that. I don't know why she wouldn't tell me. Because she's Spencer. I don't know, I muttered instead. We weren't dating, Diego said quietly. What? I dated her because I'm gay and she knew. She offered to be my cover girlfriend for my family, and I accepted. I realized you guys were mates at the rally when I kissed her. We broke up. He explained. He clicked his tongue boredly, but I could see his nails digging into the palm of his hand. Diego was nervous to tell me this, and, shamefully, his nervousness made me happy. I don't know if that makes me feel any better, but I am glad she has a friend. Vampire or not, you make her happy and she trusts you. I force myself to say, I will never be friends with this man, but I am not going to be the type of person to control who Spencer hangs out with. I would never hurt her, Jackson. He whispers lowly, but I still hear him clearly. You better not, I said. I turned around and unlocked my car door. You know, you're just as dangerous, Diego added late. You better not hurt her. Trust me. I won't. Chapter 18. Spencer Murdoch. Dad, I warn him. Stop talking about Jackson. It's a little creepy. He's a good man. He seems pretty strong. He smiled at me. And that's all you care about, I grumbled, crossing my arms in front of my chest. I mean emotionally, baby. He informs me. I sigh and sit on the couch next to him. Dad's body tenses as he feels the dip and looks at me weirdly. I haven't really shown this much affection toward him in years. Vice versa. So it was also a little weird when he leaned closer to me and wrapped his arm around my shoulders. The TV showed in front of us and my dad took a deep, hesitant breath. He turned to look at me, and I smiled back. His smooth features lit up his beautiful dark eyes, which I got from him. His blonde hair was still gelled from work, and his suit was a little wrinkled from our position. You look a lot like your mother. He admits, and I looked at him, confused. I think I look a lot like... I pointed at his chest, my gaze following there, and then back up at him, you. I'm sorry. He apologized, and I chuckled. It's fine. You're pretty good looking, so thank you. I joked, and he bellowed a laugh. My dad looked down at me with his large smile and crinkled eyes that genuinely showed happiness. You're just like her. He whispers. Tell me. He looks at me confused. About Mom. He nods. Your mother was very friendly. She smiled all the time and wasn't afraid to talk to new people. She was as confident as they come. She was also so kind and caring. I couldn't even imagine how patient and forgiving she was to everyone. I was just thankful because God knows I messed up a bit. I laughed. She would always give me this look when I would be so caught up in my work. It was a mixture of disappointment and hope. Every time I saw it, I knew that I chose the job over my family. It killed me to know that I left my perfect wife and amazing daughter at home to do what? Paperwork? She kept me on my feet. Made me be a better person, the one I've always wanted to be. She sounds like she was looking after you, I commented. She was. I don't know what I'd do without her. He whispered, pulling me closer to him. I think she's trying to give her face from the beyond. What do you mean? I've been so caught up in training you to protect yourself. To not be where your mother is right now that I lost what it meant to be a father. I began raising a warrior instead of a child. He told me, his eyes glistening with tears. I felt my chest tighten at his confession. I turned out okay, I mumbled. I think. You turned out great, considering. He said his deep voice was breaking. He showed the weakness he always fought against today. I let the cool of the towel rest on my shoulder as I take a sip of my water from my hydro flask. The chill ran down my throat, and I almost sighed at the feeling. Putting the drink back down, I bit my bottom lip. In just a moment, time slowed down. Everything around me turned into a muffled silence, and my heart sped faster. I could feel the beat in my chest growing harder and harder. There's a breeze on my shoulder sending chills down my spine. And in one swift movement, my instinct kicked in hard, spinning around with my elbow propped up nose level for a hit. A hand grabbed hold of it, and my other hand came around to the mystery person's face. My breath hitched as he dodged it and pushed me against the wall. A heavy pain erupted in my back, and my arms were pinned to the wall above me. Reality came back, and I recognized my attacker's face. Derek. His blonde hair fell in front of his face. He stared me down with ocean blue eyes that carried a hint of anger. The way his sharp jaw clenched and unclenched in a mental argument. Get off me. I struggled under his strong grasp. Derek leaned in closer to me, like he was going to kiss me, but instead rested his head on my neck. The warmth of his face brought comfort to him as I felt him relax a bit. A familiar old comfort. Like we've done this before. His fingers ran down my long brunette hair as the other let go of my hands. I couldn't push him away. I knew that physically I couldn't. Derek and the others are much stronger than I am, and all the hand-to-hand training couldn't do anything against someone like him. His eyes reddened slightly and showed his anger, but his tense embrace showed that he may not want to hurt me. If only the universe could give me this. He muttered under his breath. I miss you, Charlotte. Who? And just like that, I snapped back into reality and put all my strength into struggling harder to get out of his tight grasp. My skin was pulling and bruising as I felt myself begin to ache in pain. Anything to keep fighting, because if he was going to hurt me here, then I would keep trying until my last breath. Get off me, Derek, I growled as I pushed him once last time with all of my human strength, and he let me, staggering back a couple of steps. What were you doing? Were you going to kiss me? Seriously? After what you did? I yelled. My own eyes must have flashed in anger as he looked at me in guilt. The aching of my back flared as I moved away from the wall he slammed me against. I felt resentment fuel my body at his actions. I'm sorry, he muttered. I shouldn't even be here. He'd kill me. It didn't calm me down. Nothing could. But I stayed in my spot, thinking about how easy it would have been for him to dodge my sloppy, angry hits and end the encounter. I watched him carefully, ready to strike back if he did first. But he turned around and quickly left, leaving no trace. I didn't know what had happened. He did what? Jackson growled on the other end of the line. I'm going to deal with him. He didn't hurt me. He barely even talked to me. I paused at the memory. He said that he shouldn't be there. That he'd kill him. Diego? I don't know, maybe. I sighed. You don't have to worry about me. There was silence on the other end. I can't help but to. He admits his voice is heavy with tiredness and worry. And I'm thankful for that. I look at the clock above me, and my eyes widen. Where are you? A couple blocks away. Why? You're late. I exclaimed. Oh no. I'll be there in a few minutes, babe. My heart skipped a beat at that word. My father doesn't like tardiness. It's some weird thing he has. I tell him. It's only a few minutes before it's time. I'll be there. Jackson promised. Okay. I hung up. My attention on this dinner is distracted by Derek's visit. I needed to prepare myself for next time. Now that I knew what was actually out there in the shadows of this world, I needed to learn to defend myself against an entirely new enemy. Unlike humans, these enemies relied on pure instinct and impulses. Vampires, werewolves, sirens, etc., all of them had power, and I knew that with power came people who would be driven by it. The supernatural residing in them all had impulses tied to what their inner natures wanted. Humans are tied to whatever they want. There was no one goal humans shared together, but many. Greed, lust, envy, ego, control, power, and laziness. We are weak, selfish people, but at least we are diverse in our wants, whether good or bad. We all individually have our own personal goals and desires. The supernatural shared theirs together, and that is what will eventually bring them down. That is why humans prevailed in many different areas of life, and they stayed hidden in the shadows, loyal to their traditions. These feelings in me built up as time started to pass by, but later, when Jackson's presence entered my house, those thoughts seemed to fade away, and my big alpha became my only priority. Chapter 19. Jackson Hale. Moist. She teased on the phone. Jesus, Tori, you know I don't like that word. I groaned from my driver's seat. You know I don't like secrets being kept from me. She shot back, her annoying voice erupting through the speakers. We had a good reason. I tried to dig myself out, but it wasn't working well. Moist. Moist, Jackson, moist. Tori exclaimed loudly. I cringed deeply, the word disgusting me. I've got to go. I yell over her yelling the same word. Over and over. I hung up the phone, which was connected to the car, and sighed in relief. I was glad she picked up the phone. I had to warn her about Derek and what he had done to my mate. It infuriated me beyond words. Derek was pushing every button to make me want to put him 6 feet under. How dare he lay hands on my mate? She means more to me than anyone in the world. I wasn't going to let Derek get in the way of our future. Over my dead body will I let him touch my family. I pulled the car next to the curb and put it in park. The engine is still running and Spencer's house is in full view. I didn't want to get out just yet. My limbs were nervous to formally meet the dad. Just a couple more seconds of contemplating whether this dinner was important or not. I finally turn off my car and get out. My shoes hit the gravel beneath me, and the sun beats down on my skin. I play with my yellow wool band on my wrist with my sister's name plastered in bold blue. The car door closes, and I catch my reflection in the dark window. Why did I choose this shirt? I look like a tourist. I pulled my cap down a little and headed off to the house. My heart thumped against my chest the closer I got to my Spencer. I smell the delicious scent she gave off. I could feel her excitement. I could basically hear her laughter erupt from her. My lips formed a small smile in amusement. Spencer is definitely the girl of my dreams. Striding to the door, I knock on the hardwood and wait for death to answer it. And it did. The door creaked open to reveal the tall, intimidating man I had connected with over breakfast before. My eyes glanced over his really nice suit. It looks more expensive than my house and cars combined. I looked back up at the handsome man's face and felt jealous that I could look even a little bit like that. Kid, he acknowledged, holding out his hand. I accepted it. Mija, your boyfriend is here. He exclaimed into the house. I heard the slaps of bare feet hitting the tile, her scent coming my way. Finally, the love of my life showed up. She had her long hair in 2 braids that rested on the front of her shoulders. She wore black yoga pants and a striped shirt. We both matched with a black baseball cap. She didn't look like she was going to a fancy dinner, but she looked beautiful anyway. Sorry, I just got out of the gym. Just my shirt needed changing. She explained in embarrassment. Baby, I smiled when I saw her shudder at the word. This was the first time I called her anything but her name. She looked up at me innocently through her lashes as I walked closer. Both my hands held each side of her arm. You look beautiful. A light pink blush rose on the apples of her cheeks. I placed a kiss on her cute button nose, and she smiled. The rest of the world seemed to fade away in her presence. And as much as I know that Spencer could protect herself, I felt the need to be her perfect guardian angel. A throat cleared. "If you're done feeling up my daughter, dinner is almost ready," Spencer's father said from behind us. Immediately, out of respect, I pulled away from her and just settled for holding her hand. We walked into the kitchen, where we all talked about anything we could. As intimidating as her father is, he seems really nice. I walked into my house with a smile, probably permanently on my face. But as soon as I hit the tense air of my home, I frowned. It was silent, like no one was home, but I distinctly smelled the scent of my parents and my sister. I walked down my empty hall, which echoed the sound of my footsteps. At the end of the hall was my father's study, and that was where I wanted to go. I pushed the door open hesitantly, and the voices inside stopped. My sister sat in the armchair across from the big, bulky desk. My father leaned against that desk, and my mother suddenly grabbed hold of my father's arm to hold him back from something. "What's going on?" I asked, confused. My father looked me dead in the eye, the color turning from his usual dark brown to his alpha red. "Your sister was telling me about your mate," he growled. My heart dropped to my stomach. What? I stuttered. The rest of my words got caught in my throat. "How could you not tell me that she's human?" he bellowed, and I sank back in fear. "How?" "I only told a couple of people." The realization hit me. "Did Caden tell you?" I asked Claire. I know that he would never tell someone something important. Of course, the mate bond is so strong that I'd do the same thing for Spencer. "No, Jackson. I overheard you guys in your room," she explained, but that didn't make me any less upset. Her eyes darkened, and I held back the urge to lash out at my little sister. "How immature can you be? How could you tell Dad?" I exclaimed, and she shot up from her seat. She was clearly agitated by the situation. "Immature," she seethed, her short height challenging mine. "You are supposed to be the future alpha. How can you not tell Dad? She could destroy our pack, Jackson." "What do you even mean, you brat?" I seethed through my clenched teeth. There was no repairing this relationship. I was prepared to leave my kid sister behind. "Spencer is human, and you're the future leader of hundreds. They're supposed to come first, or at least tell someone who may know how to handle it." "Like, Dad?" Claire growled, her long brown hair spilling over her shoulders. She stepped forward as if challenging me for the alpha spot. It wasn't a surprise that she would try. It is only natural, considering she's the daughter of a powerful one. "Claire," my father's deep voice echoed. He put his hand on her shoulder and then looked at me. "Jackson, I understand why you didn't tell us, but seeing this, it tells me you're not ready." "No, wait, Dad. Starting tomorrow, you're going to be following me and Beta Frederick around. You are going to be training for this position because it doesn't just come overnight," he informed me. My eyes widened and then narrowed as I glared at my sister. She watched with a tight frown on her face and anger in her blue eyes. She was standing by her position, and my father agreed with her. My mother is sitting in the back watching this unfold between her family. I don't blame her. This was between the three of us now. How am I going to find the time for Spencer? And I want to meet the girl. We need to talk. Chapter 20. Spencer Murdoch. My sneakers squeaked across the tile of the cafe as I looked around for Jeff. I couldn't find the brown-haired boy, but in his place was Jamie, who had her long hair in a ponytail and her thick glasses right up to the bridge of her nose. "Hey," I said, and she looked at me. There was no one in the cafe, but she was making an order. "Hey, someone called in for a latte, so give me a second," she mumbled as she was trying to use the espresso machine. "Where's Jeff?" I ask. "In the back." I sigh in relief and walk down the hall. In the little room is a tall, lean boy who is bobbing his head back and forth to the music in his earbuds. Tapping on his shoulder, he turned around, startled. His eyes widened, and he pulled out his music. I smiled at him shyly. "Spencer, what that you scared the heck out of me," Jeff exclaimed. "Sorry. I just wanted to know why I'm not working more." I asked him. "You almost gave me a heart attack for that question?" He asked, slightly annoyed. It was roomy in this closet, so we stayed where we were. Did I do something wrong? Did I mess up? Whatever it is, I'll fix it. Just please, I need this job. I begged, and he quickly grabbed my hand. No, you're great. It wasn't you. A friend of yours came in and asked if I could lay off work for you. Said you were very stressed and needed to get yourself together. He explained. Actually, he came in today. What friend? Who would do that? There are only so few options. I don't have that many friends. He was tall, pale, and hot with blonde hair and blue eyes because for some reason hot people are your only friends. I think his name was Derek. Oh yeah, Jeff confirmed. What else did he say? I asked, my heart beating rapidly and my palms sweating in fear. I can't have Derek harm him. Jeff was all I had for years, my only friend. Well, he came in today to see if I could send you a message. He shrugged. He wants you to meet him at that old abandoned warehouse on Helmet Street at 6 today. I held my breath tightly. It constricted in my throat as well. I could almost feel my hands trembling. I still remember how it felt for him to hold me against the wall, how he had tried to kiss me and call me another name. My hands tremble in anger. I couldn't believe he'd come to my workplace and talk to my friend, knowing that I'd figure it out. What was he doing? Well, I have to get back. The rush hour should be coming soon. I'll make sure to schedule you more, all right. He put his earphones back in and picked up a box. Passing me the way out, he smiles. Text me later, babe. Yeah. I tried not to show the shakiness of my voice. I'll text you. Why would Derek assume I trust him enough to speak to him alone? He's crazy if he thinks I'm ever going to fall for that. It's most likely a trap, and I'm not that stupid. I park my car in front of the warehouse and look at the time. It's almost 6. I sigh and unlock my iPhone. Should I tell Jackson? Maybe it'll just worry him. He'll try to find me and probably fight Derek. He might get hurt. I need to know what this guy wants. Instead of pressing Jackson's contact, I call Diego. I trust him enough to tell him that I'm meeting his brother, who has threatened me, alone in a large building in the middle of nowhere. I hear the dial of the phone. Hello? Diego picked up, and I smiled. Hey, I sigh. I'm going to make this really quick. Your brother wanted to meet me alone at a certain place, and so I'm here now. I'm about to go in and see what he wants, just to let you know. What? No, Spencer. Do not, I hung up on him. My chest clenched at the fact that I might get hurt. Reluctantly, I sent him the address of my location before getting out of the car. This will give me time to talk to him, and if anything bad happens, I know Diego and Jackson will be here in time. Sand crunches under my feet as I walk toward the big warehouse. My breath quickens the closer I get. With the cool air surrounding me and the smell of dying weeds, I am sent into uncomfortable anxiety about going in. Am I making a mistake? I opened the large metal door, and it swung with a loud creak. Inside, it was huge and empty, with pillars as the only things placed inside. I swallowed nervously as I walked further into the building. My heels echoed through the hollow room. Windows on the top show the moon outside and give a little light. Even with the natural moonlight, I turned on my flashlight on my phone. Hello. I called out into the emptiness. My heart clenched once again in absolute fear. Derek. My hands shook rapidly, and my throat dried roughly. Spencer. A deep, familiar voice called from behind me. I jumped in shock and turned around to see Derek dressed from head to toe in black, which surprisingly still made him seem like he walked out of a magazine ad. You scared the heck out of me. I breathed out. He narrowed his eyes at me, and they were filled with a strange curiosity. It was like he couldn't believe I was standing here in front of him. You look just like her, yet you are so different. He stepped closer to me, and I took a couple of steps back. Who? I asked. He's been repeatedly comparing me to this girl that I know nothing about. Charlotte. He stated. The name felt familiar. She was the love of my life, a century before you were even born. What does she have to do with me? I asked, confused. Derek pulled his phone from his jacket pocket and showed me the lit-up screen. It was an old picture of a woman who looked strikingly like me, long blonde hair perfectly curled, face bare of makeup. I noticed she had a small mole on her upper lip, and her eyes were light, almost blue, but I couldn't make it out. The black and white picture had her body in a long, puffy dress, but she was taller than me and much paler. And then I knew that was Charlotte. Why, how does she look like me? I asked in disbelief. I don't know. Charlotte was human and died human. I held her in my arms as she took her last breath. I buried her. She is gone, but you are here. He explained. I am. Derek, I'm not Charlotte. I don't know how I look like her, but I know for sure that we are not the same person. I know. You are completely different. He mumbled sadly. His eyes stare into mine, and he sees nothing familiar in them. Derek held a look of loneliness on his chiseled face. How? I asked. He stared at me with his blue eyes and his blonde hair styled. You are loud and filled with fire. You are stubborn and filled with so much anger that it makes you dangerous. Charlotte was the opposite. She was funny and kind. She was caring, loving, calm, and happy. But I know for a fact that you both share this bravery and you're both so strong. He told me. The look on his face told me he was speaking the truth. He was imagining that girl in the past. I could see the pain on his face. But your eyes. He sighed. They're brown. They're beautiful, but they're not Charlotte's. I didn't know how to respond. My whole life, I didn't know about these creatures in hiding, and now I am surrounded by them. I am supposed to be scared of the big bad Derek, but instead, I feel sorry for him. To love someone so much, to outlive them, and then decades later run into a girl who looks almost exactly like her. So many emotions were brought to the surface, I wouldn't even know how to understand them. Did Charlotte have a daughter or something that continued her bloodline? I need answers now. I didn't know for whom at this point, but I didn't care. My mother and I have always shared the same looks, so if I am related to Charlotte, then so is she. Well, I distanced myself from it in the end. Charlotte was getting older and I was unwilling to bring her into this kind of life. I wouldn't change her into one of me and she could never start a family with me. So I had to leave. She married, sure, but she was safe in her normal life. She had a girl a month before her death. I gave her to the father and he raised her. Derek stepped forward and this time I didn't move back. You think that you are her great-great-granddaughter? I don't know. Did her daughter have a child? I left Europe after I buried Charlotte, so I don't know. Derek paused suddenly, his head lifted up, and turned to the big metal door of the warehouse. Someone is coming, so I am going to tell you this one thing quickly. There's a man, he's human, but he is powerful. He's coming after Dimsvale. He wants all the supernatural gone, and he has an army. He cannot know that I'm telling you this. Understand? Derek. What? Do you understand, Spencer? He hissed in frustration. Yeah, I understand. Derek pulled me to him and looked into my eyes. I didn't move a muscle as he kissed my forehead. Be careful, he whispered. The big metal door banged open, and I turned around. 6 men were outlined with shadows. I looked back at Derek, but he was gone. I turned to the men, and they walked closer to me. In the light, I could see their faces. Diego and Jackson were in the front. Caden and Tori were standing next to Jackson, and 2 unfamiliar men were standing next to Diego. Spencer, Jackson said worriedly. Chapter 21. Jackson Hale. How could you be so reckless? I exclaimed, struggling to keep my anger in check. At this point, I wanted her to see how upset I was so she could understand. Jackson. He wanted to meet me, and I couldn't just turn him down. Spencer argued back, her hair falling over her shoulder. I looked into her big doe eyes that gazed up with so much frustration, but also a hint of curiosity. I pulled her close and wrapped my arms around her small frame. You could have gotten hurt, I whispered worriedly in her ear. You don't think about the people who care about you. But I wasn't hurt. She breathed against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. Jackson, she pulled away from me, taking the comfortable warmth with her. You should have seen him. I tucked a piece of her amber silky hair behind her ear and cupped her cheeks with the palms of my hands. He was so scared, so hurt, she whispered softly. I could see her getting lost in the tension between us. You could have gotten hurt, I repeated, and she looked down in shame. I know, I'm sorry. But he needed me, Jackson. I don't regret going. I closed my eyes and rested my forehead against hers. I could feel her breath fan across my face. You are so stubborn, I groaned. Spencer chuckled and pressed a quick kiss to my lips. I smiled and opened my eyes to her beautiful blue ones. I'm sorry, she mumbled. I smiled. Don't be. I'm glad you two are getting along, but we need to talk, Tori interrupted from behind me. I sighed and turned to face her. Tori stood with her hand on her hip, wearing a motherly scowl as if ready to lecture me. I rolled my eyes at her and slipped my hand into Spencer's. My father walked up and stopped in front of us with a stern look on his face. Subconsciously, I pulled Spencer closer behind me. My father looked at me, then at her, then back at me. She's brave but reckless, he growled. The vampires cannot be trusted, especially Derek. Sir, I believe you're wrong, Spencer said from behind me, trying to step around my body. I immediately squeezed her hand, held her back, and said, This is my dad and our alpha, Spencer. It was a warning to treat him with respect. I assumed that. She stepped in front of me. I apologize for being rude, but respectfully, I think you have Derek wrong. Respectfully, you've only known about the supernatural for a few days, Dad said as he studied my mate with a stubborn glare. He was already judging her. Spencer is smart, Alpha, Caden spoke up, moving closer without fear of my father's anger. Perhaps the instinct to protect his future Luna overrode his caution. Caden, Beta, Frederick warned, trying to stop his son before he crossed a line. Beta, I suggest you not silence a member of this pack again. He has the right to an opinion. Dad told his Beta. He looked at my best friend with open interest, ready to listen. Yes, sir. We're heading back to the house, and Spencer is coming with us. Jackson, you take her car, he ordered. Yes, father. I agreed and quickly guided my mate out of the building. I heard footsteps on the dirt behind me and tensed. A second later, Tori and Caden came into view. Caden gave me a knowing smile, and Tori eyed Spencer curiously. We're coming with you, Tori said as she moved closer to Spencer's side while we walked to the car. Fine, I said, still frustrated that Derek had dared to meet her, knowing how I would feel about it. The car moved smoothly down the freeway while Tori's rap music played on the radio. Spencer sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window. Caden and Tori were in the back, playing thumb wars and bickering about who was cheating. Ugh, you're such a jerk, Tori grumbled. Whatever, sore loser, Caden replied with a smirk. Spencer cleared her throat, and the car fell quiet except for the music. She turned down the volume and looked at us nervously. So, I've been doing some research and talking with Diego, and I have a question he said I should ask you guys. She took a deep breath. What does it mean to complete the mate bond? Silence settled over the car. We didn't know how to answer without making it awkward. Tori looked out her window and sank lower in her seat. Caden shot me an amused grin that clearly said, This is on you. Well, I cleared my throat, my cheeks warming. To complete the mate bond, the two mates have to strengthen their connection fully, and afterward, they become even more drawn to each other. Strengthen their connection? As in, yeah. I nodded. I glanced at Spencer. She didn't look embarrassed, more curious. That caught me off guard. Tori leaned forward between the seats and smiled. But it will all be worth it, she added. Have you found your mate yet? Spencer asked curiously. Yes, but Tori looked nervous. It's complicated. She's complicated. Can't be more complicated than Jackson and me. Tori gave a small, relieved smile that Spencer hadn't reacted to her mate being a girl. I felt a warm hand with delicate fingers slip into my palm on the gear shift. I looked over to see Spencer still talking with Tori. I glanced at the road, then in the rearview mirror to see Caden typing quickly on his phone. I couldn't stop thinking about Spencer talking to my father. What would they say? Most likely, he would want to speak with her alone. Should I allow it? I had to, but I worried she might feel uncomfortable. I wanted her to feel welcome with my family, not afraid of them. I squeezed her small hand a little tighter. A wave of calm warmth washed over me. Whatever happened, we would be fine. Spencer and I would stick together. Chapter 22. Spencer Murdoch. We entered Jackson's stunning modern home. The entrance had a majestic feel, with a brightly lit hall leading into the living room. There, plush cloud-like couches faced walls of flawless glass that offered a sweeping view over Dimmsvale. An open space held the kitchen, which looked straight out of a design magazine, marble countertops and gleaming stainless steel appliances. I could feel eyes on the back of my head as I took it all in. Turning, I found Jackson's powerful father watching me with pure curiosity. A shiver ran down my spine. "I'd like to speak with Miss Murdoch alone," he said in his low, gruff voice. His intense gaze never wavered. "Father," Jackson began, clearly trying to intervene. "Okay," I interrupted. This was a choice I needed to make. If being with Jackson meant facing his family head-on, then so be it. "I'll be fine," I whispered to him, though hiding my nerves was pointless. Every werewolf here could sense it. The people around me, except Diego, who had gone home since this wasn't vampire territory, respected Mr. Hale, but they also feared him. Fear could guide both good and bad leaders like a strict father who used tough love for strength. I wanted to understand how Mr. Hale wielded his authority and what kind of man he truly was. As a human, I knew how easily people hid their real nature behind a mask. I released Jackson's hand and followed his father into a room. It held a large wooden desk and 2 chairs, more like a private library than an office. Unlike the rest of the modern house, this space felt timeless and orderly, everything neat, clean, and precisely placed. My heart tightened at the sheer professionalism of it. "Miss Murdoch," he began. "Spencer," I corrected gently. "You can call me Spencer." "Spencer." He motioned to the chairs. I sat, and he took the seat behind the desk. "I am glad my son has found his mate, but I am cautious about you being human. In the past, such pairings have not always succeeded." "I understand," I said. "Diego has explained a lot about your world, including werewolves. I know this must stay secret. Humans can be the worst when they fear what they don't understand. If they learned about the supernatural, it would be chaos," he finished. "They would hunt us without mercy or comprehension. Which is why you need to leave him." "What?" Disbelief hit me hard. "I know you're used to giving orders, Mr. Hale." I stood and stepped closer. "But I'm not one of your pack members. You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving Jackson just because you say so." He studied me for a long moment. I held his gaze, jaw set. "You have fire," he said finally. "That will make you a strong Luna. But make no mistake," he rose, his presence towering. "Speak to me that way again, and you'll regret it." A dark smile crossed his face. "I can warn you, but I cannot force this. If my son chooses to hold on to you, that is his decision. He will lead one day. He is almost like me, and that makes me proud." He exhaled, the tension easing. Since he started at that school, he has changed. I still see myself in him, but he has developed qualities neither his mother nor I gave him. He is shaping his own strength. I assume that is your influence. I rolled my eyes. "Jackson isn't you. He's his own person with his own path," I muttered as I turned to leave. At the door, I paused. "I hope I passed your test. There's no question I would protect him and this pack. I'm not walking away because the future is uncertain. You'll have to accept that." I walked out. The hushed whispers in the kitchen stopped the moment I stepped in. Jackson's worried eyes met mine. Everyone studied me, searching for signs that Mr. Hale had shaken me. His reputation carried weight. Speaking of which, he entered right behind me. Tension thickened the air, maybe from the situation with Derek or something deeper. It felt heavy enough to slice. "Alpha, we need to discuss the vampire," a man said, approaching the table. "If what he told the human is true, we must prepare for an attack." "Beta Frederick, prepare the warriors and begin training," Mr. Hale ordered. "Dad, I'll go with you," Caden said to the Beta. "I want to learn more." The Beta glanced at the Alpha for approval. "Very well. Go train them," Mr. Hale said, waving them off. They left quickly. I checked my phone 8 p.m. My dad was probably worried, or maybe too buried in work to notice. I pulled my long hair over one shoulder and toyed with the ends, thinking about the mysterious man. Who is he, and why did he target werewolves? Dad, we need to figure out who this guy is, Jackson said, coming to stand beside me. I think I know someone who can help, I murmured. If I can convince Diego to get information from Derek. Diego and Derek have never gotten along, Jackson reminded me. Who did Derek trust? Me, because I resembled Charlotte and Camilla, I exclaimed. Derek may not trust Diego, but he treats Camilla like a sister. He trusts her. Can you really convince the vampire to involve his sister? Mr. Hale asked, curious. It doesn't hurt to try, I said with a shrug. Diego had become a close friend, but he would do anything to protect Camilla. Derek might not harm her, but the mysterious man was another story. Risking Camilla and Diego's trust could be devastating. Was this worth it for a pack I barely knew? What I don't understand, Tori spoke up, is why werewolves? Why focus on us and not other supernatural beings? Tori's right, Jackson said. Why us? Maybe those are questions Camilla can ask Derek, Mr. Hale suggested. Have there been any attacks? Tori asked the alpha. He considered her for a moment. Yes, patrol defenders around town and some pack members. They must have encountered him. What about other packs? He thought, then looked at me curiously. No, none of the others have been targeted. That's strange, Tori whispered. What does it mean? Jackson asked. Going after supernaturals in general might be a hunter's business, Tori explained. But targeting only one pack? That's personal. Either they're being paid specifically, or it's a vendetta. It's just this pack, I finished. Specific and personal. Something happened to him here. So it would have to be someone who is in this town, Jackson said. Dimsvale may be full of supernaturals, separate from humans, but it's not completely isolated, Mr. Hale said. People pass through. It's rare because we're small and remote, but it happens. We don't leave without permission, like high school transfers. But this predates them. So it has to be a human who experienced something in this town, I concluded. Dad, have someone check records for any incidents involving a human man or boy in the last 50 years, Jackson said. Just to be safe. Mr. Hale looked at him, then smiled. Nothing. I'll get right on that. He turned and left the room. The tension dissolved. Now it was just me, my werewolf boyfriend, and his sharp, beautiful best friend. Chapter 23. Jackson Hale. I studied my beautiful mate, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her glossy lips drawing my attention. I loved how she had stood her ground in that room, exactly like a Luna should for her pack. Would the Blood Moon Pack accept Spencer as their leader, someone to follow and trust? It was no longer just a desire, it was essential. My father was nearing retirement, and I couldn't take the throne without a strong, independent partner by my side. The pack would struggle with only one leader. After my father left, Tori approached us with a troubled expression on her smooth face. She looked anxious, as if the threat ran deeper than we realized, and she had a sense of what it might be. Something about this feels wrong, Jackson, she whispered. Why us? Why no? That's what we're trying to figure out, I replied, but her gaze shifted to Spencer. Why did this start when we moved to the human high school? She asked. Spencer's eyes widened. You think I have something to do with this? Spencer asked quietly, her expression showing clear hurt at the suggestion. What? No, Tori said quickly, trying to ease her. I'm not blaming you. I'm just pointing out the timing, moving into the human world, and now a human is targeting us. And he's using one of our own kind. Derek is not one of us, I growled. I would never consider those vampires part of our world, not even Diego, though he wanted to protect Spencer. He's part of the supernatural community in our city, Tori countered. That makes him one of us. They all are. She twirled a strand of her thick brown hair nervously, her fingers trembling against her shoulder as she glanced around. That man isn't going after vampires or witches or anyone else, I said. He's targeting werewolves, specifically our pack. Tori, are you okay? Spencer asked gently, taking Tori's shaky hands in her own. Tori met her eyes, finding some comfort in Spencer's steady presence. I just have a really bad feeling, Tori whispered. I looked at her with concern. I hadn't seen her this shaken in years, not since my mother's accident. She had been so worried then that she nearly collapsed. It was as if she could sense something terrible approaching. "Spencer, maybe you should head home," I said softly. I couldn't risk anything happening to her. She was the one who kept me grounded. Without her, I didn't know how I would hold myself together. "What? Why?" she asked, hurt flickering in her deep green eyes even as she tried to hide it. She released Tori's hands and turned to me. "It's getting late, and I'm sure your dad is wondering where you are," I explained. She looked conflicted for a moment before nodding quietly. She wrapped her arms around my waist and hugged me tightly. I held her close, not wanting to let go, but knowing she was only human. She couldn't face all of this yet. She pulled back and looked up at me. I pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. As I drew away, she surprised me with a quick kiss on my lips, making me smile. "I'll talk to Diego tomorrow and then come back to help," she said. I didn't want to push her away completely, so I nodded. With that, she walked to the front door and left. Once she was gone, Tori turned to me. "She's perfect for you and for this pack." I smiled, a strong wave of pride washing over me. I couldn't breathe. Darkness pressed in, empty and suffocating. Panic surged through me as I lost myself in the void. Why couldn't I breathe? My head throbbed painfully, making my stomach churn. I couldn't think through the pounding. The air felt thick, clogged with a strange, acrid smell I couldn't identify. Where was I? A distant mumbling voice echoed in the darkness. It wasn't familiar, but each time it spoke, the pressure on my chest grew heavier, stealing my breath further. The voice grew clearer with every repetition. Panic rose sharper. I tried to yell, but no sound came. My lips trembled. Tears spilled down my cheeks in terror. The voice continued, clearer each time. I ran blindly, desperate to escape. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't even see my hands. I just kept moving forward. It spoke again. I cried out. My chest tightened more. Clearer still. I dropped to my knees, ready to give up. I tried to scream until, "Wake up!" I bolted upright in bed, sweat dripping down my face. My breathing came in ragged gasps, panic gripping me. Was that my wolf? Had he been warning me? Smoke curled under the crack of my door. I leaped from bed and rushed to it, grabbing the knob. I hissed as the heat burned my palm and jerked back. I scanned the room. I could climb out the window and survive the fall. Even if it meant broken bones, my werewolf healing would handle it. But I hesitated. My mother, sister, father, and possibly others could still be trapped. A broken leg would leave me useless to help them. I covered my nose and mouth with my shirt, took a deep breath, and gripped the scorching knob again. Pain seared through my hand, but I turned it with determination. The door swung open to a towering wall of flames. I retreated, yanked the bed sheets off, and soaked them in the bathroom shower until they dripped. Ignoring the sting in my palms, I wrapped one around myself like a cloak. Adrenaline surged. I pulled the wet sheet over my head and charged through the fire. Heat surrounded me, then faded. I emerged on the other side and looked around. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted over the roar. "Claire! Jackson!" My father's voice answered from Claire's room. A fallen beam blocked her door. They were trapped. I forced the door open, enduring the searing pain again. The smell of burning flesh turned my stomach. Inside, smoke filled the room, thick and gray. My father shielded my little sister from the flames. They coughed harshly, just like me. "Dad!" I called. Strong hands grabbed my arm and pulled me close. "Jackson," he said with relief. I stripped off my sheet and wrapped it around Claire, who whimpered on the floor. I knelt beside her and covered her head with the fabric. "Claire, it's Jackson. This will protect you from the smoke and flames." "Don't take it off," I whispered in her ear, pulling her close. "I'm here. We'll get you out." She sobbed into my chest. I helped her stand, keeping one arm around her. Smoke burned my eyes, so I reached blindly until my father took my hand. He pulled us together. "We need to go out the back. The front is too intense," Dad shouted. "Where's Mom?" I asked, gripping his arm. "I think she made it out," he coughed as we pushed through the living room. Relief flooded me. The glass door to the backyard came into view. The flames were lower there. We were close. I dragged my exhausted body forward until a heavy beam crashed down, slamming into my back. Pain exploded through me. I screamed, tightening my hold on Claire as we fell. She pushed the debris off me enough to free my hand. I pulled her protectively into my arms and searched for Dad. He was pinned beneath the fallen cement, struggling as flames closed in. Claire, when I say now, sprint straight to the glass door. Go to Mom. The fire's getting worse. I need to help Dad. No, Jackson. Listen to me. I shouted. Go to Mom. I'll be fine. Okay, she whispered tiredly. I positioned her and watched her cloaked form. Now. She ran forward, darting through the flames like a shadow until she hit the glass door. She stumbled out, tossing the sheet aside and rubbing her forehead. Relieved, I turned back. Dad. I couldn't see him anymore. Flames and smoke swallowed the space. Dad. I coughed violently, eyes streaming, lungs burning with every breath. The fire raged hotter. No one could survive back there. My father was gone. Anger and grief tore through me. Tears streamed as I fell to my knees. But I couldn't stay. I rose, turned, and sprinted through the flames toward the door. Heat scorched my skin as I burst out onto cool grass. I dropped and rolled, extinguishing the flames on my clothes. Small hands pulled me close. I clung to the arms around me, sobbing uncontrollably as my upper body rested against a familiar, comforting form. Alpha, a pack member, suit covered and burned, emerged from the house. He must have helped my mother escape earlier. I looked for Claire. She knelt on the grass, shoulders shaking as she cried, staring at the burning house. She knew Dad hadn't made it. You're alive. You're alive. You're alive, my mother whispered repeatedly, holding me tighter as tears and exhaustion overwhelmed me. Chapter 24. Spencer Murdoch. After waking this morning, I went for a jog in the cool air. Summer was fading, giving way to fall. The wind rustled through the tree branches, and my ponytail swayed behind me as my body moved in rhythm, tensing and releasing with each stride. When I got home, I showered quickly, slipped into a skirt and long-sleeve top, and felt ready for the day. The run had been peaceful. Strangely, I hadn't been able to stop thinking about Jackson the whole time. Usually, he filled my mind constantly, but today it felt different, like he was reaching out to me, needing me close. I pushed the feeling aside long enough to focus on what I had to do, speak with Diego as soon as possible. Once I was ready, I headed to his house. I remembered the route from before, and the large, elegant home stood out easily. I parked in front and reached over to pet Augie, who sat beside me in the passenger seat. I'd brought him because I felt so unsettled today, and having him near, the one constant in my life, brought a sense of calm. Augie, you have to behave, I told him. I'm leaving you in the car with the windows cracked. I'll be back in 20 minutes to check on you. He tilted his head, tail wagging furiously, making me smile. I love you, babe. He stayed put as trained. I couldn't bring him inside. The house was full of vampires, and his heightened senses might make him protective. I didn't want him reacting to the wrong person. After making sure he was settled, I stepped out and walked to the front door. I knocked and waited. The door swung open to reveal Camilla in pajama bottoms, a t-shirt, and her thick dark hair piled in a messy bun. Spencer, she said groggily. God, you're an early bird like my brother. I laughed softly. Come in. I'll get Diego. I stepped inside and glanced around at the familiar decor. As I passed framed photos on the walls, I noticed ones I hadn't paid much attention to before, images of them looking the same as they did now, never as children. It struck me again. Once I was gone, they would still be here, young and unchanged, watching generations of loved ones pass while they remained. Immortality felt less like a gift and more like a quiet, endless burden. I trailed my fingers lightly along the tan walls as I entered the living room. The space was sparse. No television, minimal furniture, which explained Diego's occasional gaps in human culture. Did Jackson watch TV? Or was that something supernaturals simply didn't need, with their extraordinary lives keeping them from boredom? Spencer. Diego's bright voice pulled me from my thoughts. What brings you here? I turned and offered a small smile. Is Derek home? He studied me with narrowed eyes. No. Then we need to talk, I said. He descended the last few stairs and sat on the couch, patting the spot beside him as if he already knew what was coming. I was sure he didn't. What's this about? He asked curiously. I was so nervous I could barely meet his gaze. How's Jeff? You two doing okay? He smiled. He's good. He's in Pismo visiting a friend. Right, he mentioned that, I mumbled. Finally, I looked into his eyes. Diego. Spencer, he said softly, and my cheeks warmed with nerves. Why are you here? I softened at the kindness in his gaze, half hidden behind his curly brown hair. He tried to keep that gentle side private, but I knew better. He wasn't the cold figure he sometimes showed the world. He was caring, sweet, beautiful inside, and I was about to ask something impossible of him. Diego, your brother. He's close to the man who's been targeting Jackson's pack. He's the reason you warned me away from Derek, but he knows things. Even a little could help. He just needs to share what he knows to save hundreds of lives. Diego stared at me, confused, his thick dark brows furrowing as he tilted his head. In that moment, he looked more like a puzzled pup than a dangerous vampire. He's not going to tell anyone anything, he said plainly. He doesn't trust you, and he knows I'm with Jackson. But there's one person he truly trusts. One person who can reach him without raising suspicion. Who? He asked, still not following. I took a shaky breath. Camilla. His expression shifted rapidly: confusion, anger, betrayal, and finally deep sadness. He understood exactly why I was asking. He knew it might be the only way to get through to Derek, but the thought of putting his little sister in harm's way tore at him. I can't. I won't, he muttered. She's my sister, Spencer. I can't drag her into this. How could you even ask? It's my choice, brother, came a calm, gentle voice. My head snapped toward the stairs. Camilla descended slowly, her thick hair now neatly styled, makeup enhancing her already striking features and masking any trace of fatigue. Sometimes being around them, Camilla, Tori, Clare, made me feel small. They were breathtaking in a way I could never match. It hurt to think Jackson could have chosen someone far more extraordinary, yet here he was, bound to ordinary me. Camilla, this discussion is over, Diego said protectively. The decision is made. You're not walking into danger like some child. I've been a child for centuries, she countered steadily. I've seen horrors no normal child could imagine. I've done things most people couldn't fathom. My body may look young, but my mind is far older than yours in experience. I wanted to hear more of their argument, but my phone rang, cutting through the tension. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Curious, I stepped away and answered. Hello, Spencer? The voice was broken, familiar. Claire. Something happened. My brother, he needs you. A sob caught in her throat. What happened? I asked urgently. I can't, just go to Caden's house. She hung up. Panic surged through me. I rushed back into the living room, heart pounding. Was Jackson hurt? Was he even alive? The thoughts blurred together, making me stumble into Diego's solid frame. What's going on? He asked, worry etching his face as he studied my expression. Something happened. I need to see Jackson. Claire said he's at Caden's, but I don't know where that is. I can't. Spencer, breathe, Diego said calmly. I know where the Beta's house is. I'll take you. Relief flooded me. Even after I'd asked him to risk Camilla, he still wanted to help. Guilt twisted in my chest. I could never ask him to put his sister in danger again. I'm coming, Camilla said, grabbing her jacket. We hurried out, piled into Diego's car, and sped off. Camilla took my keys to drive Augie home and meet us later. In the car, I dialed Tori and put the call on speaker. I needed answers before we arrived. I needed to know he was safe. Hello. Tori answered. What happened? I asked immediately. Spencer, she said, relief clear in her voice. I was worried the attacker had gotten to you too. My stomach dropped. Claire called. She said something happened and Jackson needs me. There was a fire, Tori explained. Claire and Jackson were hurt. He has second-degree burns over much of his body. He's bandaged up and hasn't spoken much since, except to ask for you. He keeps repeating your name. She took a shaky breath. His father didn't make it. I'm on my way, I said, voice trembling, and ended the call. My breathing hitched as we raced toward the house. Jackson had lost his father, someone so close, so important. I had to be there for him. I had to let him know I was here, that I would never leave. He had me forever and always. Chapter 25. Jackson Hale. I've spent the morning lying pathetically in Caden's bed, drifting between quiet tears for my father and flashes of anger at whatever or whoever started that fire. Beta Frederick came in earlier to update me. Witnesses placed a human woman near the house, armed with a gasoline container. Before anyone could reach her, she vanished, and moments later, the flames erupted. His team searched but found no trace. I knew it tied back to the man we'd been hunting. Of course, he had help. It would be foolish to assume otherwise. One question weighed heavier than my grief or the threat of hunters. Am I ready to become alpha? I groaned as the bandages around my burned waist shifted against the sheets. The pack doctor had assured me the wounds would heal in a few days, though faint scars would remain, a permanent reminder. My father's face haunted every corner of my mind. Speaking felt impossible without the urge to break down. But he would never have wanted this weakness from me. I was meant to step up, to carry our family name with strength. Claire and Mom were the remaining family of one of the greatest alphas of our time. The council would hold me to impossible standards, and that fear gnawed at me. A soft knock pulled me from my thoughts. The door creaked open slightly. I stayed silent. I hadn't spoken much to anyone. I just needed time to sort out my next step. Would I claim the throne, or step aside for someone more deserving? Jackson, Tori whispered. I didn't respond. Spencer is here. I'm sending her in. My heart surged at her name. Relief and longing hit me at once. I needed to see her, to hold her, and know she was safe. She would never leave my side. I would always protect her. Her scent drifted in first, warm and familiar, teasing my senses. Then she appeared in the doorway, beautiful as ever. She wore a fitted black long-sleeve top tucked into a gray skirt that ended just above mid-thigh. Simple, perfect. I wanted to rise and pull her close, but pain anchored me, and my eyes still stung from crying. Spencer gasped softly. Jackson, she whispered, tears already gathering in her hazel eyes. It's not as bad as it looks, I mumbled. Like hell it isn't, she exclaimed. Baby, I'm okay. The doctor says I'll heal in a few days. I tried to ease her worry. She looked shaken by the sight of me, bandages covering most of my body, ash still faintly clinging to my skin despite a quick wipe down. I hadn't showered properly since the fire. Since my father died. Are you okay? She asked, as if reading my thoughts. Not quite, I admitted. She moved closer, sadness etched across her face. She never hid her emotions from me, and I loved that about her. Scoot over, she murmured. I shifted to make room. She didn't mention my father's death, and I was grateful. I wasn't ready to talk about it yet, but when I was, she would be the first person I turned to. She climbed onto the bed carefully, resting her wrist against my neck and cupping my cheek with her palm. The simple touch grounded me, filling me with a safety I hadn't known I could feel. My body instinctively relaxed into her hold. Diego and Camilla are in the living room with your mom, she said quietly against my neck. Why? I asked, only half curious. Vampires weren't my priority right now. I was at Diego's when Claire called. They wanted to check on you, I think, to offer support. Even though Diego and I weren't close, I felt a quiet gratitude that he and Camilla had come. After everything, seeing some kindness felt like a small light. I'll talk to them later, I said, staring up at the ceiling. Are you sure you're up for it? She whispered. Of course, I replied, though my voice lacked strength. She gently turned my face toward hers, her thumb brushing along my jaw. He'd be proud of you, she said softly in my ear. You'll make an excellent alpha. How do you know? I muttered, avoiding her gaze. She lifted her head to look at me, surprise flickering across her features. She saw something in me that I couldn't, something only a mate could sense. Jackson Hale, she said firmly, pressing a gentle kiss to my lips. You are brave and kind and caring. Everyone sees it. Everyone knows you would sacrifice anything to protect them. They trust you. Her eyes softened. That's why I love you. I met her beautiful green eyes and felt a real smile tug at my lips for the first time in what felt like forever. I love you too. She bit her lip, smirking. You're so awesome. Really? I hadn't noticed, I teased. She lightly punched my arm. Ow, I said dramatically. Damaged, my ass, she whispered in my ear. You'll be fine in a few days. You're a werewolf. Sure, physically, I'd heal quickly. Maybe a few scars. But what about the pack? They needed a strong, unshakable leader, and here I was, barely able to speak without grief tearing me apart. I wanted to honor my father. Maybe that would bring some peace. I think I'm going to hold a Moonstone Pack funeral for him, I said quietly. My first act as Alpha. But I need you by my side, Spencer. My eyes grew heavy. Exhaustion was pulling me under. Always, she promised. Chapter 26. Spencer Murdoch. After Jackson fell asleep, I carefully slipped out of his hold and off the bed. I walked to Caden's mirror and stared at my reflection. Tears began to well in my eyes as I studied myself. I'm only human. How can I possibly help Jackson lead a pack? I can't even defend myself against the supernatural. I still remember how helpless I felt in Derek's grip when he was just holding me. If he ever wanted to hurt me, I wouldn't stand a chance. I can't be the Luna his pack needs. What if they reject me? Before the tears could fall, I closed my eyes tightly and turned away. I couldn't let myself spiral. This wasn't about me, it was about Jackson. I would be fine. I had to be. I stepped out of the room. In the hallway, Diego and Camilla were speaking quietly with Jackson's mother. Claire sat on the kitchen counter, scribbling furiously on a piece of paper. Her jaw was clenched, knuckles white with every stroke of the pen. She looked furious. Curious, I approached her. She glanced up, her big brown eyes meeting mine, her long blonde hair pulled into a loose, messy bun. I'm so sorry for your loss, I said gently. She shook her head sharply. We're going to get the ones who killed my dad, she growled. Even if I have to write to the council myself. If those cowards won't do anything, I will. This was the first time we'd met, and it broke my heart that it happened under these circumstances. Her father's death had lit a fire of anger in her. I understood. After my own mother passed, I'd watched my dad drown in rage. He'd become so consumed by it that he neglected everything else, including me. The only way he still showed he cared was by making time to train me in boxing. It started as self-defense, but I grew to love it. I hadn't competed since the school year began, but I planned to return in the summer. Those sessions had been our quiet way of staying connected, away from his work. Watching Claire pour her fury into that letter, I sighed and turned toward the spacious living room. The white couches looked inviting, soft enough to sink into, but nothing could compare to the warmth of Jackson's arms. I could have stayed wrapped in them forever. If we could just forget the world, abandon every responsibility, and live in a quiet beach house for the rest of our lives, I would. It would be perfect. But impossible. The pack needed him. The members would look to him now more than ever. His father had built a powerful legacy, and Jackson couldn't walk away from it. I'll do it, a small but firm voice said behind me. I turned. Camilla stood in her brother's arms, her face etched with the deepest sorrow I'd ever seen. The sadness clung to her beautiful features without shame. Do what? I asked carefully. Talk to Derek, she murmured. My eyes flicked to Diego. He stayed silent, jaw tight. Someone needs to bring justice for the Alpha's death, Camilla added. I'll tell Jackson when he wakes up, I said, stepping closer. Thank you. My voice caught with gratitude. I pulled her into a tight hug. She wrapped her strong arms around me and sank into the embrace, holding on as if it were the only thing keeping her steady. Later, I sat at Caden's desk in his room, typing on my laptop. I searched for what felt like hours until I finally found it. Charlotte O'Hare. Born August 25th, 1818. There wasn't much, just a simple sketch of her face. No photograph, not even the one Derek carried. But the drawing resembled me strikingly, just like the picture had. Charlotte was my great-great-grandmother, or further back. I felt it in my gut. But why did she look so much like me? Almost like a twin. Before I could dig deeper, a low groan came from the bed. I turned and smiled as Jackson stirred. His hair was wildly tousled, dark circles shadowed his red-rimmed eyes, and the bandages stood out stiffly beneath his clothes. "How long was I out?" he asked, voice rough with sleep. "All day," I told him. I closed my laptop and moved to his side, sitting carefully on the edge of the bed. "I need you to promise me something," I whispered, hesitant. He looked at me, confusion creasing his brow. "What's up?" "Promise you won't act rashly or recklessly. Promise you'll wait until you're healed before doing anything." He searched my face, worry flickering in his eyes, but I held his gaze steadily. "Okay," he said finally. "I promise." I nodded, trusting he would keep his word. "Claire isn't doing well. She's consumed by anger and grief, writing letters to the council, determined to force action against whoever killed her father. Her pain is raw and fierce. She's channeling it into purpose, but it's eating at her." Chapter 27. Jackson Hale. 4 days later. I came up with a plan during the time it took for me to heal. It's simple and straightforward. Get the information from Derek about the mysterious man. Draw him out and use that information against him. The plan depends on Derek's cooperation. Because once I get my hands on that man, I won't stop until justice is served. "Are you ready?" Spencer asks by my side. I smooth out my suit in preparation to leave for my father's funeral. Spencer looks beautiful. The perfect woman of life and light attending a dark, gloomy ceremony of death. Or, in Spencer's words, the celebration of life. My mate pulls a strand of her long, dark blonde hair from her 2 braids, letting it rest on the side of her face. She finishes her look with a gray floppy hat. I watch the beauty of my girlfriend. "Let's go," she says, trying to walk past me, but I grab her wrist instead and pull her close to me. "I love you, Spencer Murdoch," I whisper. She takes a moment, taking all of me in before responding with, "I love you too, Jackson Hale." With a smile, I gently kiss her soft lips with mine, savoring the sweet, innocent moment before it comes to a gentle end. "Thank you for being there for me," I mumble under my breath. "Always." Her arms wrap around my neck and pull me close. She kisses me once again, and I kiss her back. I look at the time. "We're going to be late," I exclaim, rushing to get off the bed along with Spencer. "We have to leave right now," I tell her, but she pulls out of my grasp and grabs her makeup and hairbrush. "Let's go," she says, running ahead of me. "Wait for me," I yell, but she laughs. "You're too slow, Wolfie." And that makes me growl in amusement. I'll show her. I run down the stairs with my speed and beat her to the car. Standing by the car, I wait for my mate to finally arrive a few seconds later. Once she does, she has this annoyed look on her face, making me laugh. "I haven't done that in a while." "I could have beaten you if you didn't cheat," she mumbles as she gets in the car, throwing her purse on the floorboard. With a large grin, I go around the car and sit in the driver's seat. "How did I cheat?" I ask curiously, though I know exactly what she means. "How did I cheat?" She mocks me as she pulls down the mirror flap on the roof of the car. "You're a werewolf with werewolf super speed, which you used to cheat." I chuckle and start to drive. "Okay, fine. I cheated." Finally giving the win to my girlfriend. "Thank you for admitting it." "I'm never playing a board game with you ever," she says as she fixes her makeup. I hear the faint sound of a buzz coming from Spencer's pocket. She reaches for it and looks at the caller ID. Rolling her eyes, she lets it ring until it stops. Spencer then continues to fix herself up, putting on some more lipstick and brushing through her hair. "Who is that?" I ask curiously. "Diego." He's been calling me all morning asking questions and speaking about his concerns about his sister talking to Derek. "They're doing it right now," she says, paying attention to the mirror. I really appreciate him doing this for me, even after everything we've said to each other. I say truthfully, Diego and I have always had a rivalry, but it might be different now that he's risking his sister's safety to help avenge my father's death. I could never tell him enough how grateful I am. Yeah, he's a good guy for a vampire. Still kind of rude and sarcastic. Spencer closes the mirror and looks at me. She looks even more beautiful than before. He really admires you, Jackson. We arrive at the cemetery, and my good mood seems to fall. I just remember how my father died. The reason why we are here. What I've gone through the past week. I don't let the tears fall, but they prick my eyes. Spencer grabs my hand. Are you ready? She asks. I look at her for a second. With my mate by my side, I feel like I can do anything. I can go through the worst and make it out sane. Yeah, I tell her. We get out of the car and both look at each other hesitantly before walking to the crowd of people filled with my pack. Here for their alpha. Past and present. My mother stands still by my pissed sister. Spencer's phone buzzes again, and she looks at it, doing the same as last time. I don't want to ask her who it is. I'm not in the mindset for the normal conversation we had in the car. I just want to mourn my father and catch the one responsible for his death. She lets out a small sound and immediately puts her phone on silent before looking at the message. She stops suddenly, and I look at her. What is it? I ask worriedly. She looks up at me, trying to mask her true emotions. Nothing. I'll tell you after the service. She says, and I hesitantly nod my head in agreement. Whatever it is can wait. I am going to bury my father today. Chapter 28. Spencer Murdoch. I stare at the text message Camilla sent me throughout the first half of the service. The words run over and over in my head like a broken record. He's coming your way. Run. What does that mean? Who is coming my way? To the funeral? What does that mean? I hesitantly and secretively text Camilla back. Who? I wait for a response for almost a minute, giving up on the whole thing. Maybe it's not that important. My phone buzzes in my hand with Camilla's caller ID popping up. I look around at the people standing around Mr. Hale's casket. Tori holds Kate's hand with a solemn look plastered on their faces like the rest of them. Caden holds Claire in his arms as she quietly sobs into his chest. Jackson watches his mother dab her eyes with a soft tissue. No one is paying attention to me, so I take this opportunity to sneak out the back of the crowd. I answer the phone once I'm far away enough. Hello? I whisper, looking up at the sky. It looks like it's going to rain today. It was sunny this morning. Spencer. Camilla yells on the other end. The sound of Diego's sports car roars through traffic. Spencer, where are you? At the funeral. Why? I talked to Derek. It didn't take long for him to tell me everything. He doesn't know his name, only what he looks like, but he said that the man is planning an attack on the pack. Right now. They're going to interrupt the funeral. What? I exclaim in a whisper. This can't be true. He's going to hurt them all. Camilla yells into the phone. Spencer, you have to tell Jackson. Get here quick, I tell her before hanging up. I turn back to the crowd of people who didn't hear a word of this conversation and jog toward them. I need to tell Jackson so he can do his alpha thing. In the distance, ahead of the service, I can see a few men crouching behind a tombstone. On one of their shoulders is what looks like a rocket launcher. I go full speed toward the crowd. I'm not that far away. Jackson. I yell, and he immediately turns around. He looks at me curiously, and I point behind him, making him turn his head. He sees the men. They're about to fire the launcher. It's aimed at us. Jackson. Why isn't he doing anything? The men pull the trigger, and I see the projectile fly toward us. I immediately grab Jackson's arm and pull him to the ground. A huge boom echoes as vibrations flood underneath us, followed by the screams of the other people. Children are crying and people are terrified. That's all I hear before my vision gets spotty and darkness consumes me. Spencer? A distant voice calls, making me groan. Open your eyes. He begs. Please. My eyes flicker open, instantly narrowing at the light. My ears ring and my body aches. Spencer, Jackson says again. Jackson, I murmur. My hearing comes back, only letting me hear the continued screams and shouting of men and women. Where? We have to go. He grabs my arm, helping me up from the ground. I stumble a bit, my legs weak and scraped up. Jackson, I mumble with a soft headache pounding. He's coming. Who? Jackson asks frantically. The man. This is him. He asks angrily. I look around to see people on the ground unconscious and men attempting to fight others in dark tactical uniforms. The people are from the funeral. I'm too late. I'm so sorry, Jackson. Tears fall down my cheeks. I should have answered it the first time. What do you mean? He grabs my shoulders and forces me to look at him. Diego was calling me in the car to warn me and I ignored it. I exclaim over the awful sounds of screaming. Jackson pulls me into a tight hug. It's not your fault, he whispers. Two hands yank us apart. We have to go. Tori yells at us, dirt on her face like Jackson, but none of them are bearing serious injuries, as I must have. Behind her, Kate is trying to fight the armed men, but struggling. She retreats back to us. Move. Kate screams, and we obey, running the opposite way. We don't get far until we are faced with an average-sized human man. His face is covered by a helmet, and a gun is in his hands. Jackson pulls me behind him instinctively, and the others take an attacking stance. Kate is the first one to attack, seconds later followed by Tori. Kate kicks the back of his knee, making his leg buckle. Tori back elbows him in the nose and snatches his gun away, throwing it aside. But the tables turn once the guy pulls a long silver dagger and stabs Kate in her thigh. Tori yells her mate's name, only giving the guy more time to pull out one of his silver weapons. Jackson squeezes my forearm protectively. The guy wraps a silver chain around Tori's ankle and yanks her to the ground. He straddles her body with the chain wrapped around his knuckles, the connecting chain pressing against her neck. She screams in agony from the burning of the silver. Jackson, do something, I cry. This snaps something in my boyfriend, making him tackle the attacker to the ground. Tori immediately gets up and runs to Kate's side, ignoring the smell of searing flesh and the burning pain in her neck. Jackson throws punches into the guy's helmet, breaking it. Blood smears on the unbroken parts of Jackson's knuckles. The guy takes his silver dagger and slices Jackson's bicep, making him scream in pain as the blade sears his flesh. With a quick sweep of his leg, the guy is on top of Jackson, raining down punches on his face. Out of instinct, I run and grab the silver chain he dropped. Continuing toward the two men fighting, I wrap the chain around the guy's neck and pull hard. He immediately goes for the chain, but I lock my thighs around his shoulders to stop him. Squeezing my thighs tightly, I thank myself for never skipping leg day. It takes a few harsh pulls of the chain until I hear the struggle weaken. I hold on for a couple more seconds for safety until I let the man fall lifelessly to the ground. Looking up at my boyfriend, trying to catch my breath. He looks at me, confused and impressed. Is that regular human stuff? Where did you learn to do that? He asks curiously. I roll my eyes and walk to him, pressing my lips to his. My father, I answer. And don't ever make me finish your fights for you. I joke. You're the one who told me to go in, he shoots back. Kate, I remember, turning toward the couple. I see Kate using Tori as a crutch. She needs to go to the hospital. Her werewolf healing won't work on a stab caused by silver. Jackson says behind me. And you need to leave me. I need to help my pack with the others. Jackson, you couldn't even take down one guy. How do you expect to take them all down? I yell at him. You can't stay here, Spencer. He growls, and his eyes turn yellow in frustration. This is my pack too. I scream. He looks at me with something shining in his eyes. Get a hold of Diego and get the injured kids and women out of the cemetery. Kate will go with you. He orders, and I reluctantly agree. He's right. I need to focus on the injured, and he needs to act as alpha. Fine, but do not get yourself killed, I beg. He kisses me one more time before smiling solemnly. No promises. Chapter 29. Jackson Hale. This is my pack too. The words from the love of my life send fire to my heart. I watch as Spencer walks away from me and to the side of Kate. Tori reluctantly gives her mate to mine so they can go to the pack house. The one where we have meetings and a small werewolf hospital. Rooms for the sick to heal. That pack house. How is she still alive? Tori asks once she walks up to me. When Spencer saved my life, she was immediately knocked out by the blast. I thought for sure she was gone. My heart tore as she lay still and stiff. I couldn't breathe. But she awoke, oblivious to the blood streaming down the side of her head and her beautiful face covered in dirt. Her black dress was torn and dirted. She looked like death, but she was right in front of me, alive. The human body still amazes me, even with myself being half human. Because she's Spencer Murdoch, I murmur before turning away from them and looking at Tori. Her face bears no injuries, but the smoke of the blast covered half of it. Thank the moon goddess that we are werewolves. Tell me you have a plan. You're the alpha. I thought you did. She argues. We don't have time for this. I groan, looking at the attack. My regular men fight in their wolf form, attacking the perpetrators. The humans seem to be beating them. Stuffed with weapons of silver. We need to stop this, Tori murmurs. I silently agree with my best friend. Looking through the crowds, I spot Caden holding my little sister behind a tree. He wraps his arm around her body and holds her head gently against his chest. Caden doesn't want Clare anywhere involved with this. Running to them, with Tori following shortly behind, I reach them. Caden looks at me with fear in his eyes. Not for him, but for his mate. Clare, I say through the noise of silver bullets being shot at my pack. Clare, look at me. My sister pops her head out helplessly and squeezes Caden tight. A tear runs down her face and her hair sticks to the sides of her cheeks. She looks like the rest of us, fortunately, with abnormal healing and no surface injuries. Spencer is coming back with help. I want you to leave with her. She nods her head at me. Tori is going to stay with you. I need my beta by my side. She looks at Caden hesitantly before nodding her head in agreement. Caden looks at me conflicted. He needs to choose between his duty as my beta and protecting his mate from what's behind them. A difficult decision, I can imagine. I know his father trained him well, and Caden knows how to be the best beta in our generation. We are both 18, ready as ever to take over the pack. To protect it. Caden whispers something in my sister's ear before planting a loving kiss on the top of her head. He squeezes her tight in a hug before letting her go. Tori, protect her with your life, I order. She nods her head with no hesitation and takes Clare from Caden. I can tell Caden doesn't want to leave, but with the men of our pack fighting our battle and dying, we have to leave them behind. Spencer isn't here right now, so I can focus on fighting them off instead of worrying if she is safe or not. They have silver. They are basically unstoppable, I inform him. So what's the plan? Why does everyone think I have a plan? This was unexpected. This was my father's burial. I didn't have a plan to take them down here. I ramble as we run closer to the battleground. Maybe I should start making a plan to escape wherever I go, in case something like this happens again. I am about to say something else when I hear a loud yelp. I turn around toward the noise to see Caden on the ground with a large wooden stake protruding out of his shoulder blade. God, 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 I mutter as I run to his side. Caden. He groans at his name. Caden, you've got to shift. You need to heal or you'll die. He groans as the stake moves to make him bleed out even more. The blood pools under us, making my breath hitch. Caden closes his eyes. Shift, goddammit. I roar in a deep, dominant voice. Caden opens his eyes, they're glowing yellow. His body shifts into a great big brown wolf with the same yellow eyes looking into mine. He growls, but not at me. I use my alpha voice for the first time. During Caden's shift, it healed his injury. It's a life or death situation. We usually don't use that method. He looks at me and gives me a small bow of respect. The one I've seen pack members give my father. The indescribable need to bow down to your leader. Let's get those sons of bitches, I tell him, and he lets out a howl, gathering everyone's attention. He runs past me and towards the humans. Why are they using stakes? It isn't a werewolf method of killing. I look around at all of my pack mates turning into their wolf forms and attacking the attackers animalistically. The men who were left in human form don't look like my werewolves. In fact, they don't look like werewolves at all. In the crowd stands Diego with blood and dirt on his face. They're vampires. They've come to help. Diego and his family. Camilla, Derek, Danielle, Kendrick, and his friends. About 10 other vampires are fighting for us. I get up from the ground and look around at the cemetery filled with fighters. The squealing of cars arrives, and I look at them. They stop, and the doors swing open, revealing dozens of my trained warriors. I growl in honor. They run from inside toward the humans, their feet thumping against the ground until they shift into paws. Growls and howls erupt as some of the humans begin to yell. Everyone runs at each other, throwing punches and bringing down silver blades. Chapter 30. Spencer Murdoch. I look around the cemetery and watch the wolves clash with the humans. The vampires strike at the humans. The siren songs drive humans to turn on one another. They stand no chance against us. We outnumber them completely. I spot an injured wolf on the ground and hurry to its side. The large wolf carries the golden hues of sunlight with a dark, powerful outline along its muscles. It whimpers, clearly in pain and afraid, and the sound twists something inside my chest. Kneeling in the dirt beside it, I place my hand gently on its snout as it growls weakly. "It's okay," I whisper. Its burnt orange eyes meet mine with a flicker of recognition. "I've got you." It leans into my hand with another soft whimper, and I stroke its fur carefully. When I see the severity of its wound, nausea rises in my throat. This wolf will not survive. Without warning, tears sting my eyes. I can feel the raw fear pouring off it. I lift the wolf's heavy head and cradle it in my lap. I pet its head gently, offering a small, sad smile as tears slip down my cheeks. I sniffle, fighting to keep my composure. The wolf looks up at me with one last painful whimper and begins to close its eyes. Then its form shifts. A young man lies before me, completely exposed. He cannot be more than 21. "Luna," he whispers, his voice rough and trembling with fear. "I'm here." I sniffle. "I'm here." "What's your name?" I smooth his hair back. "Noah," he whimpers. "You did good, Noah. Thank you for your service." Tears stream freely now, and I feel a pang of embarrassment that his final sight will be my tear-streaked face. He manages a small, hopeful smile before it settles into stillness. His eyes remain open but unblinking, his features relaxing completely. He is gone. His last word was his name. I look up, tears falling without control. I catch my reflection in a nearby car window. Mascara streaks my cheeks, my ponytail has come loose, and my skin is smudged with dirt and dried blood. I still cradle the body of a young man in my arms. This has to end. All of it. I lower his head gently to the ground and stand, wiping the smeared mascara with the back of my hand. Cold sweat clings to my forehead. My cheeks burn from the tears, as red as my eyes. But I no longer care whether I look polished or beautiful like the others fighting to protect our people. My strength lies in my resolve and in my love for those I care about. I will do whatever it takes to keep my pack safe. The closer I draw to the fighting, the more fear coils in my chest. I refuse to let it stop me. I do not want my mate to lose me, but I cannot abandon my people. A familiar wolf battles one of the humans nearby. A silver dagger clatters to the ground beside them, but the human has other ways to inflict harm. I snatch the dagger and stride toward him. His attention snaps to me. Before he can react, I drive my foot into the back of his knee, forcing him down. I strike his throat with my fist, yank off his helmet, and reveal a scarred face. Without hesitation, I drive the silver blade into the side of his neck. He chokes, blood bubbling from his lips, and collapses. A brief look of grim determination crosses my face. The sight does not horrify me as much as I expected. I glance at the wolf and recognize her eyes. "Tori." I give her a nod. She returns it. Satisfied, I turn away. Tori's wolf bounds past me and launches herself at another human threatening a young pup who had not escaped. A sharp, pained whine cuts through the air as a dog struck hard. My head whips toward the sound. A massive black wolf stands tall, a thin line of blood running from its eye down its snout. Those unmistakable light hazel eyes, now surging with dark crimson, belonged to Jackson. I sprint toward him, but halfway there, something slams into me from the side. A man pins me to the ground and drives a hard fist into my face. Pain explodes across my nose, blood trickles warm down my lip. He straddles me, giving me the opening I need. I slam my knee upward into his groin. He groans and doubles over. Before I can shove him off, a furious roar shakes the air. Time seems to freeze. The fighting halts. Every head turns. Even the humans stare in shock, fear flooding their eyes. For some reason, I feel no terror, only relief. I push the man aside and scramble to my feet. Jackson, still in his massive wolf form, looms over the attacker, growling low. Saliva drips from his bared teeth onto the man below. His eyes burn fully crimson, promising death. Okay, a voice shouts across the cemetery. I freeze. I know that voice. I'm sure you've made your point. I was hoping for a proper introduction, but now seems like the right moment. I turn slowly. The man I least want to see stands there, the one who killed the former alpha, the one who unleashed all this horror. My father. Dad? My voice cracks. What? How? He looks at me with sorrow, then glances away. A hand rests on my shoulder. I whip around. Jackson has shifted back to human form, naked and stunned, staring at the same man. I wanted to tell you for so long, Mija, my father says. He steps forward, but the wolves snarl and block his path. He stops. Okay, I understand. That's your Luna. What are you doing here? I breathe. Spencer, I need you to listen, he says evenly. Yes, father. Tell me why you're hurting people, children. Explain it. I shout. They aren't human. They're monsters. They have to be stopped. His eyes plead for understanding, but I have none to give. Look around. I cry. They aren't a threat. They never were. You're the monster. They killed your mother, he roars. The fury in his voice forces me back a step. What? I choke out. She was passing through their territory. A car ran a red light and crushed hers. She could have survived, Spencer. His gaze snaps to Jackson beside me. His father chose to save his drunk pack member over my wife in that cursed pack house. Father. Words fail me. Jackson's hand finds mine, fingers lacing tightly through my own. Warmth and safety flood through me. I meet his hazel eyes, shimmering with tears. He fears I will walk away. He was only a child back then. He knew nothing of it. I look around at the others, even in wolf form. Their fear is plain. Whatever happened 10 years ago, things are different now. Jackson will make them better. I will not hold the pack responsible for one man's choice. I don't care, I tell my father. I care about them, about this family. You're hurting them. You can't keep doing this. It's because of that mutt you've attached yourself to. I should have ended him the first time I saw him. My father's voice hardens. The wolves growl louder, some crouching, ready to lunge. Spencer, you could be so much more without him. You're held back because of him, you're dormant, he shouts. What? Stop dodging and just say it. I yell. The air around me turns noticeably colder. You come from a powerful line of witches and warlocks, hunters created to track and eliminate supernatural threats beyond humans and witches. You're a doppelganger. It runs in your mother's bloodline, in her maiden name. Her power weakened when she married me and took my name. He steps closer. I was only human, but she trained me to fight beside her. She was a dedicated hunter. After she died, I wanted to keep you out of it so you wouldn't end up like her. I prepared you quietly, just in case. Then Jackson entered your life. You're powerful, but you're living in his shadow, denied the truth. Rage surges through me. You hid it from me. How could you keep something like that secret? I wasn't fully human, and he never told me. He stole the chance for a different life. You had to discover it on your own, he says, as if it were simple. It is not. I believed I was only human. Power stirs inside me, power I never knew existed. The moon goddess never intended humans and werewolves to bond. It was no accident. Humans have often been cruel, fearful of anything different. But that is not who I am. I have abilities I can use to protect the ones I love in a new way. You need to leave this town and never return, I say through clenched teeth. Not happening. He smirks. I'll kill your boyfriend first. Maybe then you'll understand. A pistol appears in his hand, loaded with silver bullets, no doubt. My heart hammers. He levels the barrel at Jackson. Wolves surge forward, forming a wall between my father and us, growls rolling through their throats. I stand frozen, useless. How can someone tied to me be so cruel? Noah's face flashes in my mind. I open my mouth to speak, but the words die. My father freezes. A hand bursts through his chest from behind. Blood drips from the fingers. The hand withdraws. My father collapses with a heavy thud. Derek stands behind him, smiling, blood coating his hand, proud of what he has done. No, I scream. I tear my hand from Jackson's and run to my father, the only parent I have left. Dad. My knees slam into the dirt. A sudden rush of wind explodes outward, flinging Derek and everyone else to the ground. I ignore it. My father is dying. Dad, I sob. Spencer, he rasps. Spencer. Dad, I cannot lose him. I need him to live. My heart twists. Tears burn my eyes. Everything is crumbling. I love you, baby girl. I love you too. 5 years later. Spencer Hale. Diego. Jackson groans into the phone. No, Diego. I smirk as he riffles through neat stacks of papers on his desk. His irritation spikes when he notices my expression. Rolling his eyes, he keeps searching, and I laugh softly. I rest a hand on my swollen belly, our second child. I have grown huge. The only advantage is the fuller figure, though even that comes with discomfort. Diego, for the last time, do not give Ryan any temazepam before bed, he grumbles. I grin wider. Because he's only 2, for God's sake. Jackson snaps. Oh my God. You're impossible. I have to go. Do not overdose my child. He exhales sharply. Bye. Love you. He hangs up. Did you just tell Diego you love him? I tease. God. He slams his palm on the desk. I'm so stressed about the baby, I just told a vampire I love him. I sigh, pushing myself up with effort. Not just any vampire, Diego. That's worse. He groans. I wrap my arms around his waist and pull him close. Babe, I murmur until he meets my eyes. Ryan will be fine. I kiss him softly. I know. Diego adores him, and Ryan's having the time of his life chasing him in wolf form. I chuckle, picturing our son's fluffy puppy-like shift. I never knew werewolves could change so young. Jackson kisses me again. I trust him and Jeff. Humans can't keep up with those two, but at least Diego has a level head. I laugh once more. He holds me as we think back on our friends. Tori and Kate moved to England for a time. They planned to return. They simply needed a break from the supernatural world. Kate became a police officer before leaving, and her position waits for her. Tori never settled into one career, preferring freelance work and remaining Jackson's trusted second. They have no immediate plans for children, but have grown attached to a young werewolf girl abandoned in England. We receive regular updates about bringing her home. Jeff and Diego have had their ups and downs. Learning about Diego's nature weighed heavily on Jeff, facing his own mortality, while knowing his partner would outlive him. It strained them both, yet their love proved stronger. Diego once suggested turning Jeff, but Jeff is not ready. Diego's family has struggled with his choices, but has tried to accept him. Camilla had one regrettable, drunken night with Caden. The fallout was messy. Jackson was furious with Caden for a while after Clare came to him in tears. The mate bond suffered briefly, and blame fell heavily on Camilla. She eventually spoke to Clare privately, and they reconciled. Caden spent months earning back Clare's trust. They waited until she turned 18. Camilla later traveled to Asia with Stacy, an unexpected pairing. Jackson admitted to a past fling with Stacy. When I confronted her, I learned she never had deeper feelings for him. Camilla and Stacy formed an unlikely but solid bond. Claire turned 18 this year. She had been ready to complete the mate bond with Caden at 17, but he insisted on waiting. She enrolled in community college with plans to transfer to a university and study to become a high school teacher. Caden assumed his father's role as beta and took over the family business. His father retired happily, content to advise from the sidelines. "What are you thinking about?" Jackson asks quietly, breaking the peaceful silence. "Our friends," I reply. He hums softly. "Jackson." "Yeah, I think my water broke." He pulls back sharply and looks down. A large puddle spreads beneath me. Contractions had started earlier, but I dismissed them as kicks. This is different. The baby is coming now. "Babe," he exclaims. "Babe, he's coming." One last push. Jackson shouts. "Stop yelling." I shout back, crushing his hand. "Okay, just get this baby out," he agrees quickly. Okay, the doctor says calmly. "You have a beautiful son. Dad, would you like to cut the cord?" After the delivery, I finally hold my child against my chest. Tears well up as I study his tiny, perfect face. I cannot look away, even as Jackson wraps his arms around us both. "He's beautiful," Jackson whispers, equally captivated. "Carter," I murmur. He touches the baby's small hand. "Carter Hale is perfect." "I swear, Jackson. No more kids. MHM. Luna." A voice calls from the doorway of the PAC hospital room. I glance at the doctor. "Yes," I ask. I don't know how to say this. He hesitates. Jackson and I exchange worried looks. "What's wrong?" "Is it Carter?" "Luna, your son is, well, he's fully human." He explains gently. "It happens sometimes." Ryan inherited the wolf from his father, but with this one, the human side prevailed. It's a chance outcome, nothing to be done. I look at Jackson. "Thank you, doctor." He leaves us alone. "I still love him," Jackson says quietly. "We will always love him, no matter what." He nods. "But we can't tell him about our world. He deserves to grow up without the danger of werewolves, vampires, and everything else that hides in the shadows." I nod in agreement. Okay. The end.